the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's double
Johnny Magny!
To the 18s. Always going to stay there. And he leaves himself. Wants another. Tops for 160.
On the first leg, Scott
How
Robertson.
sweet was that? Yeah, still left himself a one treble combo, and that's exactly what equation Jared Cole. And the drama, the tension. So just a single needed for a shot at double and a hole to throw in the opening leg. That double is double bull.
Getting shot on the fifth leg, Wesley.
So sweet. It's tungsten time indeed. This is week 11 of Series 13 here at the Super Series in Portsmouth, and Group C action resumes this afternoon. Hello, welcome along to the studio here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where a little bit later on today and tonight we'll find out who'll be booking their spot in Saturday night's finals night. Laura Turner is alongside me to take in the action, and it's been a very entertaining week so far. It's also been a very close week. There's not a lot between the players in Group B or Group C. There wasn't a lot between them in Group A. We're expecting it to continue in that vein, aren't we?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. This just has a feeling. We said about it and we gave it the big billing, and we said this is a really tough group. This is a really tough week. And yeah, there are really narrow margins. And again, it could just come down to leg difference.
Well, Group C is our focus this afternoon, but before we do that, let's remind ourselves of what happened late last night in Group B. And we spoke about there being a stacked, talented field in Group B. Look at those names. It's Willie Borland, though, who's out in front with 3 wins from his 4 games. But with West Brown beaten all on 4 points as well, even Gemma Hayter's not out of the mix. It's really nip and tuck there, isn't it?
Yeah, no one is guaranteed. Yes, Willie Borland goes in the best position, but he did that on Wednesday and he got unstuck and he didn't qualify through. Ben Robb picked him to the post. But yeah, Willie Borland really, he was very consistent. But alongside the likes of a Steve Beaton, he may find himself just out of the top 3 positions at the moment. However, it's still on 4 points.
Well, if Group B stands for Borland, because he's currently top, maybe Group C, which is what we're looking at in a few minutes' time, stands for Cole, because it is Jared who tops the pile, but only just by legs difference. And I mentioned to you just a minute ago about how tight this week has been. We've already seen legs difference decide Group A. It looks like it could well be the same in Group C if things continue in this vein. Yeah,
we were speaking about it yesterday, weren't we? That it felt like a bit of a 3-horse race, but then Raymond Mulvey, also now on 4 points, he's still well within contention. But yeah, those top 3, they were the strongest performers. I can see that table changing a few times throughout the day, and it's a real fight for the top 2 positions.
Now, Jared Cole, we know him well here at the Modus Super Series. Of course, he does some work for us as a staff member, but as a player, that's where he really wants to come alive. And with finishes like this 1-6-7, a 4-0 win over Danny van Trijp in his last game of the day, that's why he goes in top of the pile today. How much pressure do you think he'll be feeling heading into today? Yeah,
it's sometimes difficult when you're that front runner, although it is just legs difference. Everyone's trying to chase you down and you're trying to defend the whole time. You're trying to keep your position. But if Jared can continue in the same vein as yesterday, if he can maintain that level, because it wasn't just consistent, it was consistent at a very high level. You saw the 167, we had 100 plus average. There was nothing below 92. So if he can continue like that, then I can't see him not getting through. But this is darts. Anything happens, and normally does here at the Super Series.
Well, Jared is currently top of the group, but he is not top of the bookies' favourites list, because that honour goes to Simon Stevenson, the 21-20 favourite. Jared is a short second favourite. There might be a bit of value in Scott Robertson there at 5-1, but Simon Stevenson, as he was yesterday, goes off the favourite with the odds makers.
Yeah, and again, he was very consistent. You've got to remember, it's his debut here in this building at the Modus Super Series. So he is a very experienced player. He's a former UK Open quarter finalist. We know the quality and the calibre, and he showed that a lot yesterday. But I do agree as well. Scott Robertson out at 5-1. He was also looking very dangerous.
Okay, thanks, Laura. More from Laura in the commentary box very shortly. And we've been speaking about Jared Cole. He goes off second favourite with the bookies. He goes off first because he's the first match coming up for you in a couple of minutes' time, and I caught up with the King of the Castle to find out how he's feeling. Jared, good to see you, and good to see you with a smile on your face as well. You must be really happy with how yesterday went.
Yeah, really happy. Felt like it was a long overdue performance, ultimately. Really good all day, consistent. Yeah, can't complain.
In terms of the way that you were getting yourself down to finishes before your opponents, that scoring phase, we know you've got that in the tank. That really was one of your key strengths yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Just sort of felt like I was in control of the matches. Even the game I lost, it was my own fault that I lost it. But ultimately, I played really well. I'm really happy.
I made a bit of a joke during one of the games that despite all of the records that you've seen here and been involved in, that perhaps you're involved in one of the longest games we've ever had at the Super Series, because there were a few pauses due to a breakdown in the scoreboard. But what is that like as a player, just having to wait sometimes to get the job done?
Yeah, it's tricky. Ultimately, you have to reset. It's all about the mentality of just going, right, we really need to just restart now. Ultimately, I'm playing well. I knew I was playing well in the game, but there's things out of my control that I can't control. And now my job is to ultimately come back to the hockey and perform at the best level I can.
Now, one thing I know about you is you don't mind changing it up, whether that be barrels or flights or stems. And we're told that you bought the set of darts you've been using about 48 hours ago. So what prompted that decision? Because it seems to be going pretty well.
Yeah, personal reasons. Just felt like I needed to try something a little bit different for my own headspace. And, well, so far so good. But, yeah, all down to myself, basically. Just felt like something could change and it was the right time to try it.
And just lastly then, about focus today, cracking on, getting the points you need to get yourself through to Saturday?
Yeah, that's the plan. Ultimately, 6 points might be enough, 8 should be. Yeah, I'm going to try and run the card, but it's easier said than done, of course. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Best of luck.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Nice one, mate.
Top man, cheers.
The thoughts there of Jared Cole, the King of the Castle, who is currently king of this group, but doesn't matter who's top now. It matters who's top this afternoon. What's Danny Van Trijp doing messing around with the cameras? Get your hands out of there, Danny. Well, this is top v bottom in Group C. Danny Van Trijp, the Dutchman, much like Jared Cole, has hit a 9-darter here at the Super Series. He's only got one win from his 5 games so far. Minus 11 leg difference. He was actually beaten by his brother Wesley yesterday. And the margin of that victory is what keeps his sibling above him in the standings. But today is a different day, and stranger things have happened than someone coming from way back in the pack to mount a charge for Saturday night qualification. That's what it's all about. He also ended up banging his head on the TV yesterday, nearly fell off the stage, Danny Van Trijp. And Paul Hinks, our esteemed referee, will be keeping an eye on all of the action for us.
First leg, Jared, you're through first. Game on.
Jared Cole averaged 102 twice yesterday. As you mentioned, Laura,
53.
never dipped below the 92 average mark. So if 92 is your low bar, then you're definitely giving yourself a good platform to be successful.
One of them, 40.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was the standout player of Group C and rightly finds himself at the top of the table, but it is a really tight race for those 2
One of
top
them,
spots.
40.
I did get collared in the corridor by Danny Van Trijp, who asked me who was going to win the championship today, because apparently he saw our conversation when he did.
45.
If Reliably told me that he slipped in one of those holes that you can see at the back of the stage. He wasn't ever going to fall off the stage, but it was the second time. It wasn't a speaker last time.
57.
It was the same TV that he's hit his head on now twice. I did say there's no excuses this time round. Last time there was 4 people on the stage. This time there's only 2, and yeah, he was all for that.
Well, to be fair, it was like Mystic
55.
Meg in the commentary box. You said last time he stood in that corner, he nearly fell off the stage and hit his head on a speaker. To be fair, this time it was a telly. But he still hit his head, and you predicted it.
He corrected me. Apparently, it was a
59.
TV last time. I got that wrong. So it's the same TV. So and he should know where it is by now.
May as well make it a hat trick, Danny.
21. $58.
Well, speaking of hat tricks, we won't see Jared Cole complete the
76.
hat-trick
Jolly
over
Ducar,
Danny Van Trijp.
134.
Because, of course, they've only been placed in this group together. So this is their second meeting of the week. But the last game last night did finish with a flourish. And a
98.
4-0 win for Jared,
Ducar,
who picked
164.
off a 167 to take it 4-0. Danny Van Trijp was looking at a 164 to make it 1-0.
36. Game show the first leg, Jared Cole. Second leg,
Well, when
Danny
you come
to
into
first.
a second
Game on.
day of a Group C campaign, top of the table, your first aim is probably just win the first leg. Hit the first double, win the first leg, and release any early pressure you might be feeling. Jared Cole
135.
has now done that.
Yeah, and especially considering Danny Van Trijp, his best game yesterday was his very first one. He was first up against Stevenson.
125.
Managed to win that 4 legs to 3 with just in excess of a 90 average. Despite the fact that he hasn't played quite at the levels that we've seen him play here at the Super Series before, when I spoke to him earlier, seems
81.
still in good spirits, still confident, and still aiming to get as many points as he possibly can up there today.
Well, he knows he's a good player, but
59.
yesterday, his first match of this group, in the very first leg, Simon Stevenson pinned a 1-2-3 on the bullseye against him.
26.
And that very much set the tone for that match. He actually went on to win it with a 96 checkout and a double-double effort on 80, 2 tops.
57.
Average 90, was 57% on his doubles. It was a really good performance against a Simon Stevenson, who both days now the bookies have
99.
fancied as favourite to go on and win this group. But he never really reached those levels again, did he, through yesterday? And that will be the challenge for
100.
Danny Van
Danny
Trijp today.
160. $42. Jared Ducar 160.
Now, yesterday, Jared Cole got 2 trebles deep into the 160 on 2 occasions.
60.
Yeah,
Danny
that
Ducar,
first one was a
118.
real flyer, and now it's an opportunity here if he can find a treble, but he can't.
94. Jared Ducar 100.
Well, similar sort of equation to the 160, one less treble, but he's still going 60 for tops. Double 10.
Game shown in the
Yeah,
second leg.
sweetly
Jared
done
Cole.
by Jared Cole, and it's another ton plus finish to add
Third leg, Jared
to
to
his
first.
collection.
Game on.
That's his 5th of this Group C campaign, and we're only into match 1 of day 2.
I think that's what Jared's done really well, is when he's had the opportunity. We said it
140.
yesterday, he just wasn't allowing his opponent opportunities at a finish. Although they were sometimes there or thereabouts, ready to pounce, he was finishing. He was just cutting them off and
25.
not allowing them back to the board.
$43.
Well, I mentioned how that's Jared's 5th ton plus finish for yesterday.
44.
1 just there with that ton that he took out. That's now the 5th time that Danny Van Trijp's been on the receiving end of a ton plus finish.
100.
Now he's on the receiving end of a maximum.
$100. Jared Ducar 138.
Strong leg from Jared Cole. Down to 1-3 after 9. So now just looking to set up. Treble 20 is the goal.
58. $45. Jared Ducar 80.
Double 10?
70.
Well, I'm not sure he wanted double. He definitely didn't want double-double. You can tell by the way he's shaking his head, but nearly worked out for him. He will have to throw
60.
a double 5, which is not many
Ducar
people's
10.
favourite.
No score.
Well, does bust by hitting double 12, but Van Trijp is still some way in the distance.
Shake of the head, and Danny Van Trijp, even at this early stage, just Really looks like he's searching for something. They haven't flowed, they haven't clicked, and it's just become
39.
more and more difficult, I think, as the
10.
days have gone on this week.
Well, does split this time. Well, I still
2.
can't get it done. So a couple of handfuls of darts missed at doubles for Jared Cole in this leg, but Danny Van Trijp is still scrambling his way
32.
to a finish.
Jared 8.
Eventually,
on the third
Jared
leg,
Cole
Jared Cole.
makes it 3-0.
Fourth leg, Danny to through first. Game on. $100. $60.
Well, you mentioned it's not quite going Danny Van Trijp's way, Laura, but before play started, the lads were having a bit of fun. There was an old set of brass darts with a long stem on them, and drinking straws had been placed over the top of the stems. So there were these
100.
really long, strange-looking things. Oh, let's have a bit of fun. Let's throw these and see how it goes. Danny Van Trijp, ton 40, ton 40.
140.
Just use those darts with straws on the back, Danny. Forget these.
And sometimes that's what you've got to do. You've got to try and
60.
find a way of getting yourself out of the lull that Danny Van Trijp has found himself in. So, yeah, trying to relax behind the scenes.
45.
Yeah, quite often we do things here at the
100.
Super Series with different types of darts. And I think I remember throwing wooden darts here once.
Jared Cole just does that anyway. Brings whatever sets of
95.
darts he wants.
True.
He's got about 1 million of them. These, of course, new ones that Jared is using. New as in 48 hours old, but I guess that means that they are
65.
old if you're Jared
Jared
Cole.
Cole
If
would
you're
have been
changing darts that
61.
regularly. He said it was just a mental thing, but whatever it is, it seems to be working.
97.
Because
Danny
once
O'Carr,
again, he's
76.
playing very well, and he's looking for back-to-back 4-0 victories over Danny Van Trijp. The Dutchman looking to change that,
Gage on the
which he
fourth
does.
leg.
That's a good
Danny Van Trijp.
finish of 76 from DVT.
Fifth leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think the other consideration to give as well was the
140.
fact that for Danny Van Trijp and Wesley Van Trijp and Mulvey, they would have been playing
85.
since Monday. It's a lot of games to play within a week. And yes, Danny, I believe, has been here and he's been in the Group A situation previously, but still
100.
trying to kind of look after yourself throughout the week, make sure that you fuel yourself right as well. I
85.
mentioned previously, I've been here before, and you learn from that first time. A lot of players say you turn up, you bring your snacks, you bring your lunch, you bring your sandwiches, you make sure that you've got that here, because
129.
once you're in this building, you don't leave until you've finished for the day.
Yeah, this is the office. You're locked in, aren't you, for the whole duration?
59. Jared O'Carr, 132.
Well, 132 would be a smart way to win it for Jared Cole.
92.
These two have played each other a couple of times in PDC darts. 2022 on the Challenge Tour.
180.
Danny Van
Jared
Trijp
O'Carr,
averaged
40.
dead on 100 that day, but he lost to Jared Cole. And he might lose again. Double 10.
32. Danny O'Carr, 92.
Well, the wait goes on for the King of the Castle.
Yeah, we saw Van Trijp take out 76 to get that first leg, but treble 17, the target, which would have left double 18, so another chance here for
28.
Cole.
Jared O'Carr, 8.
Has already clinched a leg on double 4 in this match. This one is for the match. Great guide. And he makes full use of it.
Gage on the match, Jared Cole.
Well, Paul Hinks had to make doubly sure that it was in the double, but it is. And Jared Cole starts his second day's work in Group C with a win, just like he did at the end of yesterday. He beats Danny Van Trijp. This time the Dutchman did pick up a leg, which he wasn't able to do yesterday, but it's all that Jared Cole cares about, the win and the points. He wins 4-1. This is the Modus Super Series, every dart live and free on Pluto TV. And we have Group C action for you this afternoon, as we will find out in a few hours' time who will be through to Saturday night. The odds makers think it's this fella, Simon Stevenson. They fancy the former UK Open quarter-finalist to be the man who books his spot through to Saturday night. But his opponent is Scott Robertson, the 50-year-old from Scotland, who is making his second showing here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth and is making a good fist of it. This group far from dead. Simon Stevenson is not on top, but he is in second position and is the short favourite to take this group outright. He says he's been playing well. The throw's been feeling good. Hard to believe now, it's 7 years since he beat Barney and Kim Hybrex and Dave Chisnell before bowing out to Godwin Price in Minehead in 2019. But it has been that long. And he said to us yesterday, he's just happy to get the call up. He'll be much happier, Laura, if he gets the call up and then produces enough to get himself through to Saturday night. But let's not write off Scott Robertson, who, even though he's now
60.
a couple of wins behind Jared Cole at the top, he's still very much in the mix here, and a win over Stevenson would put him right back in the thick of it.
Yes, it's a tough one for both of them from the off.
135.
Both played well yesterday. It went right down to a last leg decider. I did see Simon Stevenson making his way in.
60.
Just a few hours before, so probably about 10:15, making his way over. So, and a player that I noticed likes to get on that practice board, was practicing on the stage as we were running through things prior to the start of today's action.
$100.
Well, it's only his second day in this building. He's probably still got Google Maps up on his phone trying to figure out where he needs to walk around the streets of North End in Portsmouth to find the venue, because
47.
his last Modus Super Series appearance was in the Southampton days.
You have to say, he really did acquit himself well
83.
yesterday. And actually, Stevenson had that one loss, but that one loss was just the one solitary win for Danny van Trijp in that very
97.
first game of yesterday afternoon session.
$85. Simon Car 82.
Well, this game yesterday went to a last leg decider between these two. Simon Stevenson won it.
42. Scott Lucar 113.
Well, he could have won that leg had he thrown for the bullseye. Decided not to. And it very nearly cost him.
Samuel
'Cause that's a
40.
wire bender from Robertson.
I'll be honest, they're the shots that you want to take out
shown
when
the first leg,
someone
Simon
does not go
Stevenson.
for it.
And Stevenson
Second leg, Simon
gets
is the
it done
first.
eventually, but
Game
that
on.
could have been different. And as I mentioned yesterday, the game between these two was close. Could that be one of those fine margins? A 91.1 average, played 89.4 yesterday.
60.
Saw a baby fish in there, a 130 checkout. Scott was 50% on his doubles. Simon was 2/3 on his. It was a really high quality affair.
57.
It was a really explosive start, wasn't it? Right from the very off. That Stevenson game against Danny van Trijp, they produced high quality. It kind of set the tone, that first game. Feels a little bit more tentative, and you can understand that when it's the final chance for these players to make it through to tomorrow's finals. So you can understand why There may be a few nerves. It may be a bit more edgy.
61.
Well, it's been almost a year since we saw Scott Robertson pop up playing any WDF stuff. His last registered appearance
84.
came at the Denmark Masters in May last year, lost in the last 32 to Petri Rasmus, but did play in the Scottish Classic last year as well. That was in
60.
February, ended up being beaten by Mitchell Lawrie in the quarterfinals. And, well, as Scott found out, a lot of people are getting beaten by Mitchell Lawrie.
Yeah, how old would he have been then? 13?
140.
I think he's
Young.
Yeah,
Young is the answer.
I think he's the youngest ever winner of a WDF title.
61. Samuel Carr, 157.
Really is a solid player,
44.
just in terms of not just the ability and what we've seen so far, but the stance, the throw.
$123. Samuel Carr, 113.
Well, I can't go out now. Did take out 3 ton plus finishes yesterday.
66.
The biggest, a 146 against Wesley Van Trijp.
139.
His very first leg of the day, he picked up a ton plus finish. His very first leg in this building. Thought we were going to see another one there, this time from Robbo.
Samuel Carr, 47.
But 47 in the sights of Stevenson. Tops he wants. He's been very good on this all week.
Getting shown
And
the
there it
second
is
leg,
again.
Simon
First dart,
Stevenson.
straight in there. No messing about from Simon Stevenson,
Through first. Game on.
who's halfway to victory.
Yeah, win here for Stevenson would level him up again on points with Jared Cole, who we
85.
would have already seen gone out and picked up a win, pulled away slightly. But Robertson is looking to join Stevenson on points as well.
60. $180.
That's Robertson with the first maximum of this match. And you feel at this point he needs it.
100.
But he has been that kind of player so far this week that even if he has been a couple of legs down, there hasn't been any real panic. He's managed to battle his way back into the match. We saw it yesterday. There was some real clutch finishing. That 130 stands out.
58. $140.
Especially that tops hitting, Laura. You mentioned it a second ago, that clutch finishing, but on tops in particular, he's been very
100.
deadly.
Yeah, I think with regards to Stevenson as well, something that we kind of picked up on throughout the day is how well he can use a marker. I mean, you're seeing it there even on the treble 20, but we note it's kind of more noticeable when he's going for a double.
Tops.
58.
Drops just a
Samuel
touch
Carr,
short.
61.
Scott Robertson. 61 incoming. Well, that leaves the bull if you want it. No, 10 for tops, of course. Because
He's on
that's
the
what
third leg,
happens when he
Simon
leaves
Stevenson.
tops. He hits it.
Fourth leg, Simon through first. Game on.
And the admirable thing is, when he's hitting tops, he's hitting it in almost the same spot every single time. It's not a little bit to the left of the bed or a little bit to the right of the bed. It's right in the middle of tops. And he's been doing
100.
that for the last day and a bit.
Yeah, I think if you look at the tops enough, I think he's now starting to actually embed a little hole right in that same position where he keeps getting it.
68.
Well, has reached a semi-final on the Challenge Tour this year, Simon Stevenson. Hasn't played all of the events. In fact, his last event was in January. Did
140.
make it to the UK Open. Lost to Patrick Williams, but in that semi-final on the Challenge Tour in Milton Keynes,
100.
was seen off by Scott Waits. And, well, came back the next day, lost in the second round, and hasn't bothered going
100.
back to one since. But his game's clearly in a good place.
Yeah, I'd agree. But I think you find that with players that they go on the Challenge Tour and they put a lot of emphasis on that first group of
133.
Challenge Tours to see whereabouts they're going to land on the table. Because if you are one of those players that gets to the top of the Challenge Tour really quickly, then you do get the opportunity to have call-ups onto the Pro Tour. And that's when you
65.
find a lot more players persevere with that.
Yeah, and in a field of 128 players, you're going to get dropouts. It's just natural
140.
that happens.
Seminar 96.
Double 18 for a whitewash win.
Getting shown the match, Simon Stevenson.
Well, Simon Stevenson is the bookies' favourite to win this group for a reason. And you've just seen why. A 4-0 win over the man directly below him in the table, Scott Robertson. Scott Robertson averaged almost 88, but Simon Stevenson, look at that. 4 out of 5 on the outer ring. He only gave Scott 2 shots at double in the match, and now he goes level with Jared Cole at the top of the group by virtue of a 4-0 win. We're well into the thick of Group C now. This is day 2 of the group in week 11 of Series 13. And before we know it, it will be Champions Week. Seems a long time ago now that we picked up our first weekly winners. And it won't be too much longer before we figure out who the series champion is. Raymond Mulvey has a lot of work to do if he's going to be in the conversation to win this week and win this group. Wesley van Trijp has even more graft to get through if it's going to be him. The Irishman Mulvey from one of the smallest counties in the country of Leitrim had a brilliant day on Monday. Won all of his matches, including beating this man in front of him, Wesley van Trijp. As for Wesley, just the one win for him, but if you're going to win one game, why not make it against your brother? That's what he did. He won the Van Trijp Classico yesterday against Danny, who has only won one of his 6 matches, having been beaten by Jared Cole, who's the table topper. So it's Wesley against Mulvey here, and really, it does feel like
95.
Either of these two players are going to have to complete the card to stand much of a chance of toppling Jared Cole or Simon Stevenson at the top.
81.
I do agree, especially with the performances that we've seen in the opening 2 matches from Cole and Stevenson. Be an interesting clash coming up next because those
96.
two will face off against each other. But as for Mulvey, just as you say, he's on 4 points. Is still well within the mix.
123, Remnica 170.
In terms of their meetings this week, it's 2 apiece.
$43.
The most recent of which came towards the end of yesterday, where Raymond won 4-0.
140, Remnica 127.
Yeah, it was a real comprehensive performance, the best we saw from him yesterday. He's gone for the treble, and it's pulled into treble 2.
$81. Wesley Car 57.
Big fat 17 equals tops. Blink and you
Finish
miss
on the
it
first
because
leg,
Wesley van Trijp
Trijp
is on the express train and he's done better than he did yesterday against
Second leg,
Mulvey because
Wesley
he's
to
won
throw
a leg.
first. Game on.
Yeah, not just won a leg, won it in 14 darts. It's a good early breaker throw.
60.
I had to ask the Van
100.
Trijp twins the ultimate question, the one that everyone wants to know, which one was older. And it's Wesley by a minute.
60.
1 minute.
That's what he said.
Well, I don't know if
91.
you're watching Mrs. Van Trijp, but well done.
You mentioned the express train. I mean, that's
59.
fast, right? He's a minute older.
Aren't normally twins separated by like 15 or 20 minutes?
40.
Have I got that right? 1 minute, 60 seconds between them.
140.
Well, at the moment, if things stay this way, there'll be 2 points between them because if Wesley goes on to win this, he'll put a little gap
60.
between himself and his brother in this Group C table.
121.
Yeah, good recovery. You will see that quite a lot from Wesley, where he plays so fast. He doesn't give himself a great deal of time to adjust. You will see a few flyers.
140. Wesley Car 61. Game show on the second leg, Wesley van Trijp.
Well, in consecutive legs, he's
Third leg,
been the
Raymond to
finish
throw
in 2
first.
darts,
Game on.
and he's done it so fast that we almost didn't catch it. And that's the thing with Wesley. I mean, you mentioned the speed in which he throws,
76.
but with a fast throw, you can get yourself into trouble quickly, but you can also get yourself out of it pretty quick as well,
60.
can't you? You don't really have that much time to dwell on a bad visit because you're up there again, flashing them into the board.
You get those first dart merchants, don't you? And I think it is more important for a
95.
faster player because as we've seen, when Wesley's getting that first dart right, the others are basically following.
60.
But for me, the speed, and I do think it's a real kind of characteristic of Dutch darts at the moment in terms of how fast a lot of Dutch players do throw. But it's the arithmetic, it's the calculation. They don't hesitate. They're straight in. They know what they want to go for. They know how to set up.
134.
Well, yesterday we mentioned whether Mulvey might enjoy the pace of play against Wesley van Trijp because he hasn't really got room to breathe. He's collected his 3 darts, and by the time he's got to the
39.
back of the stage, Wesley's already thrown his. Look, by the time he's turned around, there we go.
140.
It's like practicing at home on your own. He's so quick.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say about Mulvey, he hasn't let that disrupt his pace. He's approaching at the same kind of speed that he normally
100.
would. He's releasing the 3
107.
darts at the same speed. It's quite easy to get wrapped up in someone else's pace.
67. Remy Car 110.
Well, you can tell he's in the groove, Wesley van Trijp. A little smirk on his face. It'll be wiped away if this goes in. But it won't.
58. Wesley Car 40.
Tops for 3-0. Looking to turn the tables on Mulvey, who beat him 4-0 yesterday.
Gage on the third leg, Wesley van Trijp.
There's Wesley mounting a
Fourth leg,
charge.
Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, for someone like Wesley van Trijp as well, especially considering that he did get beaten 0
140.
by Mulvey yesterday. He's going to need big results as well, not just the wins, but the big gaps in terms of the legs.
60.
Now, I'm feeling generous. I'm feeling kind. I'm feeling in the mood for a compliment.
41.
Raymond Mulvey has got lovely teeth. Honestly, they're proper pearls, these teeth.
140.
They're brilliant. Brilliant white.
140.
I mean, you can't see him at the moment because he's not smiling because he's 3-0 down, and understandably so.
60.
I mean, I do agree, but I think this is the first time in comms that I've ever had a conversation about someone's teeth.
85.
Well, yesterday you were talking about sticking ice lollies in the top of ice creams and trying to claim that it's called a witch's hat, which I still think is nonsense. But anyway.
43.
I promise you it's the thing.
95.
Still not having it. 95, treble 19 for double. Doesn't go double-double, moves to the 60 for double A. And that is just how quick Wesley van Trijp is. The fact that he can go around the houses. Look at that, a bit of a celebration. He's not had much to cheer, to be fair. The big Dutchman. He did beat his brother yesterday. That's been about it as far as bragging rights go. But he's managed to turn the tables on Raymond Mulvey. He lost 4-0 to him yesterday. He's now done the same back. Wesley van Trijp wins with a near 97 average.
The first round of 3 is complete, and we now turn our attentions back to the top of the table. There are just 2 legs separating these two, both equal on points, and it was Jared Cole who was denied the opportunity to go through the card yesterday by that man there. Stevenson looking to reaffirm his position at the top, and Jared Cole looking to hold on to it. It's Cole at the top. As I say, he's just 2 legs clear of Stevenson. It's a real battle between these two yesterday. Stevenson running out a 4-2 winner, but there was another ton plus checkout from Jared Cole. I think we're saying he's already racked up 6 ton plus checkouts so far this week. And
Game on.
we're kind of doing a few little figures about how many people had an opportunity to actually take legs off Jared Cole yesterday. If you take Simon Stevenson out of the equation, there were just 7 darts that were thrown to win a leg against Jared Cole out of the other 4 matches. Stevenson had 12, but still 19 opportunities for your opponent to win a leg out of 5 matches out of a whole day. I think that just goes to show what we were saying, that when Jared had an opportunity at finishing, he just wasn't letting his opponent back to the oche.
140.
And if you put all of those statistics and ingredients into a big pot and you mix it together,
97.
you get a recipe for a really important game. And that's exactly what this is. Because of all of the reasons you've outlined, top against second, the legs difference, the fact that Stevenson did for Cole yesterday, and Jared wants his revenge, both players eyeing up a spot in Saturday night. All the hallmarks of what is hopefully
95.
A really good tussle up there on the live lounge stage. And it is Simon Stevenson who has first look on his own throat. No need to chase the treble 17.
81.
Well, he's knocked the 1 off at least. It's a nice round number, which is his favourite round number of tops.
59. Simon Carr, 40.
And he hasn't been missing tops.
Getting shot on the first leg, Simon
He
Stevenson.
still isn't missing tops. And that maybe is an ominous sign for Jared Cole.
Game on.
He's going to have to dig deep and find one of those big performances that he was posting yesterday.
Yeah, and I guess if you are in that chasing pack,
134.
then there is an argument that perhaps the rest of the pack would be, especially Robertson, more comfortable if Stevenson got the win, because Stevenson's got the opportunity to play Cole later on. If he can get past him, then he could play himself back into a more favourable place on the table.
134.
When you're in the chasing pack, I think the ideal situation, obviously you need to beat everyone in front of you. However, if there's one player that can run away with it, then there's still that opportunity for second spot.
And listen, the difference
100.
between Scott Robertson and these 2 lads in legs difference, now that Stevenson's won this 1 leg already, is 11 legs. So that is the gap he's going to have to make up in legs difference, let alone the points. So if it does get down
63.
to the wire, then you'd rather reel in the player that's closer, obviously. But these two have been the 2 best players in Group C. Oh, he hit a 167 yesterday. That was his last leg of yesterday's session.
105.
No 170. He's going to be under some pressure.
85. Jadaduka, 65.
Perhaps not as much as he should have been. 25 to leave tops. Double 10.
Game shot
Well
on
in,
the second
Jared
leg.
Cole
Cole
just squeezes it into the top of double 10.
Third leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
That's what Jared needs to do. We mentioned those statistics, that he wasn't really giving opponents opportunities to take legs off of him. Stevenson obviously did take 4 legs off of him and beat him. But if you can go and finish in one visit,
140.
then you can't ask for much more than that. I mean, we know people like to talk about being visit perfect
57.
on the outer ring, and Jared against Simon Stevenson, particularly if Simon's going to keep leaving himself tops, which he will do, and he will keep taking it because that's the kind of form he's in right now. Then those
140.
kind of legs will certainly make Jared feel good.
$100.
Yeah, after those first 2 darts just sat on that top wire, it just felt so inviting for Jared to squeeze one in the treble 20.
60.
All the makings of a game that's just going with throw. Someone just needs to make
46.
a bit of a
Southern
push
Car
on
161.
their opponents.
$90.
Sensible, bringing the ball into play. 25 would have left a 2 dot out as it stands. The bullseye leaves an even better one.
59. Southern Car 71.
Just doesn't miss. He just doesn't miss tops. And he doesn't miss it a little bit left or a little bit right, a little bit higher, a little bit low. He's right in the dead centre every single time. Tops machine, Simon Stevenson, in this Group C campaign.
140.
He's averaging almost 106 now.
Yeah, and this is what we thought we might get from this particular match. Stevenson kicks off in 13. It's been consecutive 15 darters, one from Cole and one from Stevenson afterwards. And you can see there's already a bit of a gap in the averages.
100.
But it's those legs that count. And Jared's going to want to make some inroads when he's had the opportunity to throw first. But Stevenson, not just got the tops on a string at the moment, seems to have the treble 20 on it as well.
Now we know Jared's proficiency when it comes to counting, of course, spots for us here, often 55. At Modus Super Series. And he's such an accomplished, well-rounded dart player that I can think of multiple doubles that he's thrown for over the last 2 days. Double 18, he's thrown for tops, he's thrown for 10s, 16s, 8s, even I think double 12 at one stage. Sometimes it gets to the point where I don't know what Jared's favourite double is, but there is no question what Simon Stevenson's favourite is because he keeps leaving tops and he keeps hitting it. So why wouldn't you? Can't hit treble 17, that would have left bullseye.
57. Jared 85.
And bullseye is picked off by Jared Cole. And we were talking about how important it was that he stays visit perfect on those finishes. And he is digging on in there because he is 20 points behind in the averages, but his finishing has been excellent.
100.
Yeah, I think what Jared's done, and it's different, but what he's done really well in this match in particular, and I think the averages back this up, is he's played really well on his throw. Now, this is what he needs to do to try and break Stevenson. Kicks off with a max.
60. $100.
Now, I'm not going to say anything, but when that fourth treble 20 went in, did you just lift your microphone up? Honestly, as soon as we go to say anything
60.
in these situations.
Maybe we should just do a silent 9-dart attempt until the very last dart.
Just have to. There's the argument, isn't there? How many darts into a 9 is it before you can get excited about the idea of a 9?
1.
Yeah, that's when we're playing, right?
100. Jared 132.
Looking at treble 16.
92.
Didn't hit the 48 points he was after, so just a single that leaves him tops, which ironically is Simon's favourite.
Yeah, tops hasn't been quite so kind to Jared Cole, but his
65.
adjustment over to the 10s, that's where he shone.
Well, we spoke about him needing to be visit perfect.
30.
but he's not this
Samuel
time.
Carr 116.
And that was for a breaker throw as well. Is Stevenson able to rescue this with a 1-1-6? He's going to have a shot.
96.
And he's finally missed
Got to
tops.
do a car 10.
And how critical could that one dart missed at tops be?
Only critical if Cole can find
No
double
score.
one. And
Samuel Carr 20.
yeah, reaction from Jared, because that was such a big opportunity.
Jared Cole knows that is a huge, huge chance. Again, his marker darts have been so good, Stevenson. He
Game
couldn't
shot the
miss
fifth
from
leg,
there.
Simon Stevenson.
Well, he was on the verge of being
6 leg
broken and going
Jared to throw
3-2
first.
down.
Game
Jared
on.
Cole couldn't close it out with 6 darts in hand, but Stevenson has. And between the two best players in the group,
180.
we expected a close game, and it is proving to be that way. And a shake of the head in disdain from Jared Cole. Couldn't hit doubles in the last leg. Kicks off this
140.
leg with a max.
Yeah, and Jared will know, as any player would, the
96.
importance of that. But it's just amplified because now Stevenson's one leg away. Jared not only has to hold throw, but he's still going to have to try and craft out another opportunity to break Stevenson. And Stevenson has just been so solid.
180.
Well, Jared hit a max in this leg
95.
on his throw. Stevenson's hit one against the darts. He's left himself 130, Cole. What can Stevenson leave?
90. Jadaju Carr 130.
Finds the 60. Oh, it's so unlucky. It's such an unfortunate deflection for Jared Cole. And do you know what? He's hit the bull
150.
anyway.
Samuel Carr 91.
Well, the target here for Stevenson will be to leave his favourite double, which is tops. Treble 17. Oh, he's gone bull first.
$51. Jadaju Carr
Well, he's
15.
missed tops again. Not the way that we expected him to go. Jared Cole now to stay alive. Double 6. He couldn't
3.
get much closer.
Samuel Carr 40.
Get the binoculars out, Jared. It's right on the wire. Well, he wasn't going to pass up many more opportunities at the top of the board, was he? Simon Stevenson, what a good contest that was. Stevenson wins it 4-2, beats Jared Cole for the second time as he did yesterday, and he's done the same thing as he did yesterday, which is leapfrog him to the top of the group, and he's done it with a ton plus average as well. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Simon Stevenson was the bookies' favourite before the day. He's beaten Jared Cole to move top of the group. Welcome back to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is Group C. And Jared Cole has left the stage gutted because Simon Stevenson, credit to him, averaged over 100, was 57% on the outer ring and beat Jared 4-2, which means he goes above him to the top of the table. But Jared did have 3 handfuls of darts to make that game a lot easier for himself. He wasn't able to take those chances, and in the end, he lost the match. Well, nothing like a bit of brotherly love, is there?
First leg,
Between
Johnny
these
to
two
through
siblings.
first.
This is the Van Trijp
Game
derby, and the petulance has already begun. It was Wesley who picked up bragging rights yesterday
40.
against his younger brother by 1 minute, Danny Van Trijp.
180.
It was actually his best performance of the day yesterday, Wesley, and he's looking to pick up from where he left off against his bro.
45.
Yeah, well, Wesley's already put in a really
55.
solid performance so far this morning, getting that 4-0 victory over Mulvey, averaging just shy of 97.
45.
Out of the two brothers, it's definitely Wesley that's just looking more confident, more comfortable up on the Super Series
58.
stage.
Well, it was a 4-2 win for Wes against Danny
59.
yesterday. Wasn't a classic in terms of the averages, but Wesley just finished a little bit better.
140.
Took out a ton plus finish in that match. Whereas Danny missed 6 darts at double to
60.
take out
Wesley
his
Carr,
brother.
68. Getting shown the first leg, Wesley Van Trijp.
He does not hang
Second leg,
around,
Wesley
does
to
he?
through first. Game on.
But what he's doing so much better today as opposed to what he's done yesterday, and arguably in Group A as well, is he's getting that first dart right, and then because of how fast he throws, he's managing to back it up dart after dart. And don't you love it when you describe something and it happens? It doesn't happen that often.
What, a bit like how you described that Danny Van Trijp
100.
was going to bang his head on the TV and then he did the exact same thing.
That's it. I'm using my mystic powers again. This is what's happening.
Well, Wesley kicking off in
100.
back-to-back legs with maximums. Interestingly, the fastest game ever played here at the Modus
85.
Super Series was completed in 5 minutes and 31 seconds. And it featured a Van Trijp, but it wasn't the
81.
quicker brother. It was actually Danny Van Trijp against Shane McGurk. But
60.
I
Wesley
bet
Carr,
these two can knock
140.
out a race to 4, best of 7 in double quick time.
100.
Yeah, did well there to set up, making sure of that big 20. The amount of times that I've seen
100.
scores
Wesley
like
Carr,
140
40.
bust because you just don't give it that extra bit of oomph.
35. Daniel Carr, 156.
Mighty ask this for Danny. Too big of an ask.
45.
Well, it's only a
Wesley Carr,
paltry 5, but these can be horrible. Double 1.
3. Daniel Carr, 111.
Well, it's 1-0 Wesley. It's 1-1-1 for Danny. And it's double 1 that his brother
28.
wants.
Wesley Carr, 2. No score. Daniel Carr,
That's
83.
the danger.
It's a chance here. It's got another treble 3, 74 required. There are options, and it's double 16 for an 83
51.
finish.
Wesley Carr, 2.
And he is not far away.
Getting shown the second
But
leg.
Wesley Van Trijp rips away any hope that Danny had of a return to the Oki
Third leg, Danny
to
to
pick
through
up his
first.
opening
Game
leg
on.
of the contest. Wesley goes halfway house. It's 2-0.
$100.
Yeah, Danny Van Trijp there persevering, trying to find a way through with that last start to the treble 20.
76.
Arguably, there is that option to switch. And even if you don't like the adjustment from the 20s to the 19s, you can always move across to the 18s. It's kind of on a similar
60.
level to the treble 20.
83.
What you sometimes see now from that kind of position is actually players switching down to the treble 17 because they're thinking so far ahead. They're taking
100.
off that odd one at the end to make sure that when they get to the business end of a leg, that they can leave themselves on something handy.
59. $49. $100.
Just thinking, do you reckon Wesley throws so fast because he wants to get out of the way? Just like he did at birth, where he had to get out of the way for his brother
13.
because they were only a minute apart. I'm still getting over that.
81.
Hurry up, I'm coming through.
$59. Wesley Carr, 102.
57 leaves tops.
82. Daniel Carr, 120.
Throw so fast, you're still calculating what's left.
80. Wesley Carr,
He leaves
20.
himself on a double, but that's if he gets a chance to come back. It's double 5 again, and we had trouble here for Wesley last time, and
No score.
opts to
Daniel
bust.
Carr, 40.
Well, it
Being
didn't
shown the
matter
third by
anyway,
Danny Van
even if he
Trijp.
hadn't bust, because Danny Van Trijp does get himself
Fourth
on the
leg,
board.
Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Well, Wesley may well be thinking, I could have won this match by now.
41.
It took him a while to close it out on double one in the leg before that one. He ended up faffing around on double 5 again there.
100. $101.
Yeah, we're only on leg 4, and it's 10 darts missed at the outer ring for Wesley Van Trijp.
60.
Danny's only had 2 and hit one of them.
99.
Yeah, it's something I said yesterday. It's difficult when you see a player that you know has the quality and the class of Danny Van Trijp, but they're just not.
100.
It's the body language of me. You can tell he's just not comfortable, not settled, just searching for something to happen. And every time he gets
140.
within touching distance, there's a big score that's hit against him. He's been on the back end of a lot of big finishes as well.
100. Wesley Carr, 120.
Well, with that
45.
first dart,
Daniel Carr,
where it landed in the
141.
single 20, there's loads of room to follow through to the 60, just couldn't find it. He's left himself 75. 141 is what Danny Van Trijp wants here.
60. Wesley Carr, 75. 35. Daniel Carr, 81.
Well, there's a chance to level up. Double 12. It's a good
69.
effort, but just wrong side of
Wesley
the
Carr,
wire.
40.
Will he be punished for his miss? Yes, he
Each on
will.
the fourth leg, Wesley Van Trijp.
Wesley looking to march into
Fifth leg, Danny to
the
throw
back
first.
room
Game
with
on.
bragging rights over his brother again. And he only needs one more leg to do it.
135.
Grimace on the face of Danny as he just goes the wrong side of that treble 20 wire for a max.
99.
These two are going to have to team up as a brotherly pair for the Netherlands. The
97.
international pairs here at the Modus Super Series, the third edition of that tournament on the way. Starts the 20th of April here,
99.
live and free on Pluto TV. The Irish team and the defending champions, Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea. The bronzed
141.
Adonis, Steve Beaton, is in Group B here this week at the Live Lounge. Of course,
95.
he's had an England
Daniel
shirt on
Carr,
in the past. Fallon
128.
Sherrick will be playing for England this time around. Yeah, that's the problem on 128. You sometimes get slapped on the wrist for hitting the treble first dart.
88.
You almost, it's one of those shots you want the treble 18, obviously, but you're almost happier if you hit the single 18. because you know then it's just that one treble that you need to get. Whereas getting that treble 18, you're going to need to hit another
32.
one.
Danica, 40.
It's unfair. What shall I do? Shall I bust?
No score.
Yes, I will. I think that's a smart play from Danny Van Trijp.
But this is great setup play from Wesley. Single 16 for
136,
tops
Danica,
if he gets to
40.
come back.
It's only a smart play from Danny Van Trijp if he hits it, which he
Getting shot on the
does,
fifth leg, Danny Van
thankfully
Trijp.
for him. And he pulls within one leg of his older
Sixth leg,
brother.
Wesley to throw first. Game on.
But Wesley has the darts to win the match.
Yeah, sometimes the way that Danny Van Trijp's luck has gone so far this week, it wouldn't
85.
have surprised me if that dart to bust would have bounced out.
$50.
Yeah, just confirming you've not got your TV on fast forward when Wesley's throwing. He is that
100.
quick. Interestingly, these two were paired together in the ADC Global Championship
100.
in December, and Danny Van Trijp won both
43.
meetings against Wesley, 4-1 and 4-2. But it's Wesley who is looking to pick up a pair of victories
100.
in consecutive days on this occasion.
Yeah, if Wesley
58.
does win, it'll be 4 consecutive days in a row if he picks up the win, because he's beaten him twice in Group A. Danny Van Trijp, just the 2 wins in Group A. One of them did come against his brother way back in the very first game on Monday.
113. 100. Daniel Carr, 138.
Another to leave double 12.
114. Wesley Carr, 115.
Well, that leaves 94, so he can look at the treble 18, which he hits.
Getting shown the match, Wesley Van
What a
Trijp.
way to win it for Wesley Van Trijp, who once again beats his bro in the Van Trijp Classico. It's the second day in a row in which, in this group, Wesley has beaten his younger brother. It's a 4th day in a row that he's beaten him at the Super Series this week. He just keeps getting the better of his sibling, and he keeps picking up bragging rights. He's done it again with a 4-2 win.
Yeah, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen Wesley van Trijp beat his brother for the 4th day in a row, 4 legs to 2, with a rather nice 1-1-5 to finish the match. But we turn our attention now to Scott Robertson and Raymond Mulvey, 2 players finding themselves kind of in the middle of the table, and with quite a bit of work to do if they're to reel in our 2 table toppers in Jared Cole and Simon Stevenson. In terms of this meeting yesterday, it was Robertson that ran out a 4-1 winner, averaged just shy of 95, and just restricted Mulvey to just 3 darts at the outer ring. And I think that's the theme that we're seeing so far this week. There are certain matches where players are just not allowing their opponents back to the oche. I mean, that is the idea. I totally understand it, but it doesn't always go that way. But we're getting to the point, I think, that this is must-win territory now for these players if they've got any ambition of making it through to Saturday.
Yeah, that 4-0 loss for Scott Robertson against Simon Stevenson was a big blow for him.
45.
Only had 2 shots at the outer ring, missed them both, but averaged around about 88. It's only a couple of points less than Simon, but to lose it 4-0 when legs difference could be so important. Just to go back to what we were saying last night in Group B, Keegan Brown has this little saying, which is win big, lose small.
140.
And unfortunately, Robertson didn't do that.
Yeah, and neither did Mulvey. Mulvey was
100.
Suffered a 4-0 loss to the hands of Wesley van Trijp. So both these players suffered big losses. Both these players searching for their first leg of the day.
140. 100.
We were commenting yesterday, it's such a kind of forceful, direct throw. That follow through from Mulvey, arm pointed right to where he wants it. Almost like he's trying to throw the dart through the board.
85.
Well, we did have some blood on the board yesterday. Robertson ended up slicing his finger on one of the wires. 51 leaves tops. 91 taken out sweetly in 2 darts for the opening leg for Scott Robertson.
Second leg, Raymond to throw first. Game on.
We were just having a discussion, weren't we, Laura, after Simon Stevenson beat Jared Cole in that huge game a little bit earlier on. When you're on 91, 51 tops seems to be common fare these days. But Stevenson went ball first against Jared, and it paid off for him in the end. Managed to win the match, of course, on tops, but you just don't see it that often.
No, it's a route that we used to see a lot more. It's almost like playing the percentages. As Robertson piles in the first max. But yeah, it's almost like playing the percentages, because obviously if you get the bullseye like Robertson did, then you've got the option to go 1 for tops. If you hit the 25, then you know that it's a single number to go back for the ball. You're trying to leave yourself the best opportunity to make sure you get a chance to win the leg. But quite often now, especially with the top players, they back themselves to find that big treble. And I think that's the difference.
I guess there's 2 ways of thinking about it, because you're backing yourself to hit the bull, whether that be 25 or the centre. If you miss the bull entirely, then you might be in a spot of bother, but thankfully he didn't.
It's not a route I normally take for that exact reason. I can miss the treble 19 and I can miss the 25 and the bull, but Scott Robertson is not missing the 95. This is a great start from Scott.
Yeah, no missing on the 19s there for the Scotsman.
Yeah, I know we're only a couple of legs in, but that last leg was an 11 darter to break the Mulvey throw, averaging in excess of 120. I know 93. It's 2 legs, I know, but it still looks very good on our scoreboard.
Well, the highest ever average is 122.7 by Daryl Pilgrim against Denny Olderkalter. Two players who, of course, moved on to
100.
the Pro Tour.
Yeah, looking at that, it looks also like Daryl Pilgrim may have
100.
the highest losing average of 118.88 in the match against Scott Taylor.
Yeah, Daryl Pilgrim's name is all over our records board here in the commentary box. We do have a little whiteboard here. And
58.
if you're listening and you're playing at the Modus Super Series on a regular basis, one of your aims should be to get on our little whiteboard. At the moment, it is littered with Daryl Pilgrim's name. Most matches won in a row,
60.
highest losing average, highest winning average. He's on there a few times.
You say that, but we do also have stats for most
100.
darts missed at a double and most darts missed combined. So, yes, you want to be on the board, but perhaps not necessarily for those kind of records. We won't say who they are because that's just mean.
100.
We'll just wait till they come back and bring it up.
150.
Yeah, we also have another board, which is a tally of
138.
weekly wins.
Revenue car 141.
Now, if you can get yourself on that, then you really are successful.
95. Scott the car 12.
We're going due east here. Now down south.
No score. Revenue car
He's gone east,
46.
south, and west there. West to bust it. Double 16.
Getting shown the third leg. Raymond Mulvey.
I was waiting for an incoming southwest type
Fourth leg
comment.
Raymond is through first. Game on. $59.
Yeah, Mulvey's done well. He's digging in. He's staying alongside Robertson. He's found a breaker throat. I'd say it was an emphatic
96.
start for Scott.
$140.
Well, speaking of our records board in the commentary box, someone you might have heard of is on that list. Luke Littler.
140.
9 match 180s. And I can't imagine we'll see too many celebrated missed doubles
58.
and argy-bargy up on the stage. I think the match with the highest likelihood of that has been and gone between the two brothers.
57.
But in all seriousness,
83.
it's competitive sport at the elite level. Emotions are going to flare. It's going to happen from time to time. I do think sometimes these things are blown slightly out of proportion.
180. Revenue car 161.
Yeah, especially playing in your own backyard, just getting caught up in the moment.
57. Scott the car 28.
Double 14 then for Robertson
Getting shown the fourth leg. Scott
is
Robertson.
found. So it's a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg. Scott to through first.
And we were speaking about Scott trying to keep his campaign going. This might be the knife that pierces the chances of Mulvey.
45.
You heard how loud that hit
60.
the board. Mulvey just trying to stay in the match, but Robertson back in the red bits. Already had a couple of 180s. Won't get one here, but
100.
just trying to put a bit of distance between himself and Raymond.
41.
Yeah, you're right about the volume of his darts hitting the board, because we're right up here at the back of the venue in the commentary box, and yes, we do wear headphones when we're commentating, but
42.
if we just take them off, we can still hear the darts smashing into the board. It's because they're quite heavy darts. They're 28-gram darts, which is at the heavier end, of course.
140.
Now, I was talking to someone about this the other day, and obviously we've got Ryan Searle on the PDC Pro Tour that uses darts in excess of 30 grams, which is really at the heavy end of the spectrum.
81.
28 is kind of in that no man's land between. You see a lot of players that use 25 and 26s these days. 28 is not neither here nor there, but you either feel like people at the really heavy end, like Ryan Searle,
100.
or they're more in the 24 to 26 range.
Yeah, I remember commentating on a game, and it was Stephen Bunting, who at the time was throwing 12-gram darts, and he was playing Ryan Searle, and I might misquote, but it's something
95.
around 33, isn't it? It's
60.
it's a really heavy dart, and the difference was like over 20 grams.
Yeah, it's like 3 of Stephen's darts equals 1 of Ryan Searle's.
88. Scott the car 138.
Yeah, but you're right. 28. I think most people would say that's erring on the heavy side.
94. Red car 72. 66. Scott the car 44.
44 to win the match. 2 darts at double 16,
on the
just
mat,
the
Scott
one
Robertson.
required for Robertson, who picks up 2 more points in his pursuit of a spot in Saturday night. Keeps him 3rd in the table, just 2 points behind Jared Cole above him, but that might just do for Raymond Mulvey and his chances of staying here for another day. In the end, Robertson was just too good for the Irishman. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, a 98.5 almost average, and a 4-1 win. Well, this is what we've seen so far today, and this was a big one, wasn't it? Simon Stevenson against Jared Cole, and Jared had chances, he couldn't take them, but Simon certainly took his, and they share a laugh, and so do these two brothers. Bit of petulance, but Wesley got his revenge in the end by beating his brother for a 4th day in a row. Plenty of facial expressions going on there between the two of them. Two Van Trijp boys. And so we have now had 6 matches, the most recent of which involving Scott Robertson, who picked up this 4-0 victory, winning it on double 16 over the Irishman Raymond Mulvey. So this is what we've seen in terms of the results. A couple of 4-0 wins in there, one for Simon Stevenson, one for Wesley Van Trijp. But as we have already seen, that big result, Simon Stevenson 4, Jared Cole 2, has done this for the table. It has put the former UK Open quarter finalist on top of the pack, 12 points, 2 points separating himself from Jared Cole. Just 2 legs in it in the legs difference column though. Keep an eye on that, because that could be pivotal come the end of the afternoon. An important victory as well that we just saw for Scott Robertson over Raymond Mulvey, who's a sandwich between the two Van Trijp brothers. Work to be done if those 3 are going to make it through to Saturday. Well, Wesley Van Trijp, fresh from victory over his brother, takes on the table topper Simon Stevenson. Now, the odds makers fancied Simon before yesterday started and before today started, despite the fact that Jared Cole was top of the group overnight. And he's beaten Jared twice now in as many days. And maybe it's those results which could be the cornerstone of his success if he is going to make it through to Saturday.
Game on.
But Wesley seems to be playing a bit better today, seems to be throwing more fluidly. You mentioned about how that first start tends to be important for him. He's kicked off with a 140. He's made a good start. He wasn't able to back up victory over his brother yesterday. Lost the next match 4-0. So he'd be hoping to avoid that here.
He will indeed. And you mentioned the better start. I mean, both these players yet to lose a game so far today. Stevenson clearly with ambitions of making it through, but making it through in style so far. He's only just lost the 1 encounter so far in his 2 days here at the Live Lounge.
60.
And as you mentioned, that's a Wesley Van Trijp. It just didn't quite click yesterday, but today is looking much
49.
better. You mentioned
60.
the way the table is at the moment. And those couple of wins for Wesley so far today has put him right back in the mix,
100.
because a win here would mean he joins Scott Robertson, who's in 3rd position on 8 points. But he's also opened up the door slightly for Jared Cole, who will face Scott Robertson in the next match. So I think this is a really important passage of play. Every match is important, but as we build up to the crescendo right towards the end of this group,
92.
just has that bit more of a sense of urgency. Talking of urgency, I think Wesley Van Trijp may have a plane to catch or something, because he is not hanging around today.
Where's the car 20? Getting shot on the first leg.
Well, that 180 did not bother Wesley Van Trijp at all.
Through first. Game on.
It was timely from Stevenson, but amounted to nothing in the end. Wesley Van Trijp actually does have a plane to catch. Back home to the Netherlands.
26.
Because he's got a qualifier to come back here tomorrow. So
140.
that presuming he doesn't think he's going to make it back by getting through this group, which
85.
does look increasingly unlikely. But if he beats Stevenson here, then you just don't know, do you?
We've often said that, you know, any outcome is possible until it's not, because
45.
I always recall when you go back to the international pairs, which we know is coming up. We know that Wesley will be part of it.
100.
There was an odd that had Scotland out at 100-1 to top the group. Scotland then went on and topped the group, defying all odds. I won't tell you what Chris Murphy said about said odds. I think
95.
it's well documented. But things can happen. You are reliant on a lot of other results going your way, but it can happen.
43. Simon Carr, 81.
Yeah, in the Ryder Cup golf, they have the Miracle of Medina. Maybe we should call that the Miracle of Modus. Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg, Simon Stevenson.
This man is
Third leg,
very,
Wesley
very
through
hard to
first.
beat.
Game on.
He just plays in a manner which just means that any snippet of an opportunity that you have, you've got
95.
to take. You get the feeling every time he steps up to the oche that he's going to get a 1-2 treble visit. And I've seen the disappointment etched on his face when he doesn't pin a treble at all.
60.
And there, you can see it there.
$140.
See, I have a theory of this, and I do come from a different kind of angle, a different perspective, but I've noticed with certain players, when they think that they've got no real shot
100.
at qualification or no real shot at winning, not just here at the Super Series, they play with this air of
96.
freedom, which means they play better.
Yeah, I've got a name for that. It's called the Tottenham Hotspur. When the pressure's off,
100. Wesley Carr, 170.
they relax and play well.
96.
But you're absolutely spot on. Sometimes when you're not thinking about something or there's no
100.
consequence,
Wesley Carr, 74.
you can just relax into a match.
34. Simon Carr, 141.
I think it's the removal of the weight of expectation, and I think that's a key thing. And it's not just the expectation that others have on you; it's actually what you have
90.
on yourself.
Wesley Carr, 40.
Gotta go. Tens.
20.
Doesn't go.
Samuel Carr, 51.
Well, it'll be 11 for tops. He's barely missed it across the 2 days. Oh, what's he doing here? 19 for double 16.
No score.
You should have gone for tops, Simon.
Wesley Carr, 20.
You've hardly missed it all week. What are you doing?
Getting shown the third leg.
That
Wesley
was
Van Trijp.
strange. Well, Wesley Van Trijp buries a double
Perfect time
10.
through first. Game on.
Okay, Simon Stevenson has hit double 16 as well over the last couple of matches, but tops, he's been absolutely mustard.
And again, is that just another example of just playing the percentages?
95.
When I first learned how to play darts, and when people were trying to explain to me the best routes, double 16 was
140.
always amplified as the best because of the way it breaks down: 16s, 8s, 4s, 2s, 1s. Tops, if you do miss it, which Stevenson doesn't very often, 10s, you get to 5s, and then you
45.
get to that tricky point where you're chasing around doubles and single numbers. I just feel that he's
60.
just got that rigidity in terms of the way that he goes and playing what he feels is the best opportunity to get the leg one.
$60.
Yeah, and you have to respect
85.
that. Sometimes players will take each leg on its own merits, and a lot of it's to do with feel, isn't it? If he feels like he was throwing well on double 16, then why not keep going for it? It just took me by surprise after how good he was on tops, particularly
96.
against Jared Cole in that huge match in which he had to win.
Either that or he's just trying to keep you on your toes.
Probably that, because I said he would go 51 tops on 91 and he didn't. He went for the bull. Just trying to wind me up, aren't you?
But I guess that, yeah, I mean, there's no rhyme or reason. I imagine
59.
someone like Stevenson, who's played for as long as he has, just has these set plays, these set ways of going. They're done without thought.
139. Simon Carr, 146.
Wesley Van Trijp's in a great position. Yeah, couldn't see if that was in the angle.
80. Wesley Carr, 36.
Double 9.
Getting shown the fourth leg, Wesley Van Trijp.
Lands a big blow on Simon
Fifth
Stevenson.
leg, Wesley to throw first.
Now, Simon was in a tricky situation against Jared Cole and had to rely on Jared missing in 3 consecutive visits at double to keep
60.
himself going in the match. He is going to have to really find a burst now. Has to win 3 legs on the spin. He is more than capable of doing it with the standard that he's shown us over the last 2 days.
140.
But will he do it? That's the question.
85.
And if Wesley Van Trijp does get across the line here, then my next question will be, when does he start believing that he's back in with a shout? And does that then start affecting the game negatively once again?
100.
Probably when he goes on Skyscanner and sees the flight prices.
Yeah.
That's probably when.
59.
Have to switch out and opt for maybe like the Eurostar or something.
Well, we're only 5 minutes from the ferry terminal, so I'm sure you'd be able to hop on a boat back to the Netherlands somehow.
70.
We had that when the ADC Global
55.
Championship was hosted here at the Live Lounge. One of the Belgian lads got straight off the boat from Belgium, walked to the venue, and got back on again the next day to go back home. Arrived that morning
140.
via sea.
Yeah, I just don't know if I could
100.
risk it. I mean,
Simon Carr, 51.
I know most transport nowadays is relatively reliable, but I like to be there with enough time. Wow. Just about scrapes in that single 19, going that route once again, and this
Getting shown
time
the
it
fifth
does
leg,
pay
Simon
off.
Stevenson.
Well, we said he needed to win 3 legs in a row. He's won
6 leg,
one of
Simon
them.
through first. Game on.
He's got the darts in the second. Yeah, I suppose if ferry is your preferred method of transport, you can't really blame traffic for being late.
140.
I don't know, it's a busy crossing, but I get your point. It's going to be weather.
43.
And, you know, we've had a pretty brutal opening few months here in the UK when it's come to the weather. It's just starting to turn around. I don't want to get excited yet.
Well, Keegan Brown, who you'll see in
60.
Group B action later tonight from the Isle of Wight, gets the hovercraft over sometimes.
60.
Yeah, reliably informed that it's the kind of mile by mile the world's most expensive crossing to get from the UK to the Isle of Wight.
43.
It's not a huge stretch away, but it can be costly unless you live on the island.
Could just swim.
96.
I'll leave that for you.
You won't catch me in the deep end of the swimming pool, let alone swimming across the Solent.
100.
Well, Stevenson down to
Simon
finish
Carr,
a difficult one.
158.
And Wesley Van Trijp, I think, is raging with himself that he's allowed Stevenson to climb back into this game. Well, he won't be able to take it in 3 darts. Didn't need to. Probably would have liked to set himself up
98.
anyway.
Yeah, Wesley needs something big and needs
60.
it now. And he's
Simon Carr,
afforded at
60.
least 6 darts from this position for Stevenson to level it up.
Getting shown the 6 leg, Simon Stevenson.
So to a
Seventh
decider
final
we
leg, Wesley
go.
to throw first.
And the one saving grace, I suppose, for Wesley Van Trijp is that he's going to throw first in this last leg.
43.
But that is a shoddy visit. Stevenson looking to jump all over it.
Interesting, he decided
58.
to switch. He doesn't normally do that. I know there's that argument, it is close, but he's been able to use those kind of guides
100.
and those markers on the treble 20 bed when they've been close so well. We've commented on it when it's come to the doubling and when it's come to the scoring as well.
Well, you mentioned when the pressure increases towards
60.
the end of these campaigns, that maybe it just changes the way that players operate. Are we starting to see that from Simon Stevenson, whereas
137.
before he might have been throwing still at the 60 with that marker dart? He's decided to switch for double 16 rather than tops on occasions in the last match or so.
140.
Really isn't much to separate the two. And
60.
yeah, again, a bit of a disappointing visit for Wesley, but does leave himself on a long-range finish. But you get the feeling after that first start, Stevenson's going to be on something much more attainable.
95. Wesley Carwood 61.
No, didn't hit the
97.
treble 17. Would have left him the
Carwood
bullseye to
48.
win it in style. Another one. Oh, just deflects below the wire.
100.
Would have left him double 14.
Wesley
So Wesley Van
64.
Trijp to beat the table topper Simon Stevenson is in the wrong
26.
double.
Samuel Carr 48.
Sometimes you need a bit of luck in these campaigns. Credit to Stevenson for getting himself back to 3-3. Now can he win it? No, he cannot.
32.
So Wesley
Wesley
Van
Carr,
Trijp, are you
38.
going straight for double 19? Yes,
Being
you
shown
are,
the
and you're
match, Wesley
pinning
Van
it
Trijp.
first start, and you are piercing Stevenson's hopes of booking a spot in Saturday night, at least for now anyway. It's a big result also for Jared Cole, but you could see what it means to Wesley Van Trijp. He thought that maybe coming into today his chances were done. Wasn't the most handsome game in terms of the averages, but who cares about that because he's picked up 2 points and the win over the table topper Simon Stevenson by 4 legs to 3. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Every dart live and free on Pluto TV. And the action continues here with Jared Cole looking to jump all over what was a good result for him and a poor result for Simon Stevenson. Jared has lost 2 matches in his campaign across Group C. Now Simon has as well. Those 2 matches that Jared has lost have both come at the hands of Stevenson. This is also a big game for Jared, not only because Simon has slipped up above him, but because his opponent here, Scott Robertson, is below him and can go level on points with a win.
Game on.
So the big games just keep on coming, Laura, for the King of the Castle.
They do indeed. Yeah, we put a lot of onus, didn't we, on that game between Stevenson and Cole. It was Stevenson, as you say, victorious, but
180.
Jared Cole, full of focus, kicking us off with a maximum. As for Stevenson, you mentioned just a couple of losses for him over the last couple of days, both coming to the hands of the Van Trijp twins. Danny got the better of him yesterday, and it was Wesley with a 4-3 win in the previous match.
58. $96.
One benefit for Simon Stevenson, if there are any positives to take out of that defeat to Wesley Van Trijp, is that it came in a last leg decider. So he still picked up 3 legs. And we know how tight it's been between Jared and Simon at the top of this table. We've already seen leg difference do for Willie Borland, who's in Group B, which continues tonight. And Willie is top of Group B, which you'll see resume this evening, along with Steve Beaton and Steve West and Keegan Brown and Gemma Hayter. Oh, Jared Cole, he's done it again.
Jared Cole.
Another big bullseye finish from the King of the Castle.
Game on.
A 167 yesterday and a 164 today.
Yeah, that 167 came at the very last leg of the last match of yesterday's session. Well, this has come at the first leg, and for me, it just shows that focus and that level of determination that we know Jared Cole has.
60.
Won this fixture 4 legs to 2 yesterday.
$100.
Yeah, Jared was saying to you earlier, he kind of thought hopefully 6 points, if he could pick them up today, might be enough. The aim was to go through the card. We know he can't do that now, but his sights will be firmly on getting 8 points 93. And just securing a spot in tomorrow's final.
$162.
That was superb. Absolutely brilliant from Robertson. There have just been moments, the occasional visit. And listen, he's been solid throughout. And credit to Cole and Stevenson, who have been the 2 best players. But Robertson hasn't been a million miles behind them. There have just been little glimpses of how good he is. That was one of them.
$131.
2 stellar visits. He's left himself double 6.
$140. He's got a car 12.
Over to the east.
Getting shot on the second leg, Scott Robertson.
Easy does it for Scott Robertson. Good leg of darts for him.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, already a great match between these two. Cole, by way of hitting that 164, went out in 12 in the opening leg. Was replied
60.
to with a 14 darter from Scott Robertson. There you can see the averages again. Yeah, we're just a couple of legs in. If they can maintain this, this match could be explosive. Could be anybody's.
$140. $180.
Second maximum of the match, making it 1 apiece between these two.
57.
Well, that 164 that we saw from Jared Cole, his 7th ton plus finish in just 8 matches.
83.
Pretty much around 1 a match for Jared Cole hitting, and I think you were looking earlier. I think it's pretty much 1 a match that's been hit against Danny Van Trijp as the week's gone.
Yeah, poor old Danny. He's not hit a ton plus finish of his own, but he's had loads smashed in against him.
60.
Including the very first leg of this group. He was on the receiving end of one.
$84. Scott the car, 78.
Jared can't find tops on 104, which he has already taken out as one of his ton plus finishes across the campaign.
Getting
But
shot
tops is found by Scott Robertson. And it's a break of throw as well. And that's a blow to Jared Cole. And we asked in the last match involving Simon Stevenson whether he's able to dig deep and find a way to come from behind. Jared is going to have to do the exact same thing.
He is indeed, and we haven't seen too much by way of a reaction from Scott Robertson so far, but there was just that little bit of a fist bump there. He knew how important
40.
that was. It was a break of throw, and he's kicked off leg number 4 with a 140. So Jared already on the back foot, already trying to chase down Robertson. Goes back to what we were saying earlier, that you come in as the table topper, even though it is a tight table, and it's the rest of the pack that you've got a target on your back from the very off. The rest of the pack just trying to claw you back.
$100.
Yeah, this is like magnetism, isn't it, this match? Got 2 opposite poles.
180.
Robertson's trying to attract Cole in, and Cole's trying to repel him away.
180. Scott the car,
2 trading maximums. 81 left for Robertson. This will put him 1 away. Double 12. Oh, it's a dagger to the heart of Jared Cole. And it's a feather in the cap of Scott Robertson.
5th leg Jared to throw first. Game on.
Fair play, says Jared Cole. But now the pressure really is on the king of the castle.
140.
Well, we were saying, after Robertson came out match number 2, lost 4 legs to nil to the hands of Simon Stevenson, we felt that it may just be a stretch too far in terms of leg difference because
57.
of that heavy defeat, but he's backed it up since then. Robertson winning 4-1 over Mulvey and potentially could win 4-1 over Cole. He could
43.
do himself a world of favours if he can get a big win over Jared.
Yeah, and if he wins 4-1, he's within a couple of legs. He's level on points and within 2 legs of Jared Cole, with darts still to be thrown. Jared plays Wesley Van Trijp in his next match, and Wesley is on the charge on his last couple of matches, including against Simon Stevenson. But Jared Cole is not going to lie down, as that maximum gets him down to a finish first.
Yeah, almost an exasperated look on the face of Jared Cole as that third treble 20 hit. 3 maximums, averaging in excess of 110 and only 1 leg to show for it. Another one of those would have left double 12.
Well, one thing we've said that Jared has done really well is not affording his opponent opportunities. He needs to do that again in these next 3 legs. He has to be utterly ruthless. Double 10.
50. Scott the car, 110.
Will that come back to haunt Jared Cole? It might. It might.
$78.
But it's narrowly missed by Robertson, just on the wire of double 16.
Yeah, shake of the head, not comfortable. Under a lot of
Being told
pressure,
the
but
fifth
pressure is for
goal.
Tyres as he pins double
6 leg
five,
stop to throw
pulls it
first.
back
Game
between
on.
one.
Well, who knows what Jared Cole would have been thinking when Robertson had teed himself up with that one dart double 16. He's missed a match start now, Scott Robertson.
83.
Jared has to make sure he doesn't get any more because you can't imagine he'll miss too often with how he's played in this contest. Good recovery with the last.
90. $57.
Well, if Jared does pull this out of the fire and wins it, we put him on 12 points, the same as Simon Stevenson, the same leg difference as Simon Stevenson, and it would come down to legs one, separating the two at the top of the table
100.
by virtue of 2 legs. We said it would be a close group. That's all if Jared can win the next 2 legs.
Yeah, we saw Simon
104.
Stevenson come back from 3-1 to level things up at 3 apiece, but it was Wesley van Trijp that won the deciding leg. Cole's first mission is just to level things up, but
140.
Robertson,
Jericho
2 treble visit,
167.
putting all the pressure on this 167. We've seen it before.
We might see it again, but we won't now. He's already hit 7
127.
ton-plus finishes in his
Got the goal
campaign,
in 21.
including a 167 yesterday. No 167 today. I'm sure he would have swapped the 2 if he had the choice, because Robertson now has an opportunity to win the match. A match start at the Bull. Just
96.
hits the
Jericho
25.
40.
More reprieves for Jared Cole.
Big dart incoming. Switch over to double 10. It should be a good guide.
30.
Wrong side of the wire.
25.
And for the second time in the match, Jared Cole is relying on his opponent missing now. Robertson has already missed a match start at double 16. He should get 2 more here. Double 8 for Robertson and a big win in Group C. And Scott Robertson closes it out, and look how influential that could be to the group. And look how much it means to Robertson. Jared Cole saw Stevenson slip up in the match before this, wanted to capitalise and couldn't. And that means that Scott Robertson, by beating Jared, has now gone level on points with him. Group C is looking fiery. What a match we've just seen here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth between Jared Cole and Scott Robertson. Jared Cole averaged 103.63. He even hit a 164 in there, but he missed too many important doubles. And Scott Robertson, who averaged over 100 himself, was immaculate for a large portion of the game on the outer ring, ended up doubling at 50%. He wasn't missing in the crucial moments, and he ends up winning it 4-2. And that is a huge result in the Group C table, because Jared Cole knew he could have gone top with a win. In the end, he loses to Scott, and those two are level on points. So Simon Stevenson is still top of the group, followed closely by Jared Cole, 2 points behind. Then there's a leg difference separating Jared and Scott below him, both on 10 points, 3 legs the difference. And then coming up behind them, Wesley Van Trijp, who's far from dead in this group. Wesley has still yet to play Jared and Scott, the 2 players above him. So we'll keep a close eye on the older Van Trijp brother. Unfortunately for the younger one, Danny, who you'll see on the stage now, taking on Raymond Mulvey. His campaign is done. He isn't going to be able to qualify for Saturday night. So he's just playing for pride now, and still a couple of points.
100.
Probably to avoid getting the wooden spoon, because both he and Ray Mulvey, who's above him by a couple of points heading into this match, are unable to qualify for Saturday night. But just going back to that previous match, Laura, what a contest between Jared and Scott.
Yeah, as you say, had a little bit of everything. Jared Cole must be kicking himself. 3 maximums. You mentioned the 164. It was competitive throughout, but had chances to level things up at 3 apiece. We thought the fight back was on for Jared, but you have to give full credit to Scott Robertson, who just dug deep, managed to polish off the match. It just makes the table really interesting reading, and it's given Jared quite a bit to think about.
$100.
Well, Mulvey not able to find that second treble for the 156, but has set up nicely and knows he'll be back.
60. Revenue car 56.
Down to double 10 for the opener,
46.
chasing it around. Danny Van Trijp still searching for that first 10+ checkout in Group C, and it's on here. Tops for a 120.
80.
He still hasn't got
Revenue
one.
car 10.
A 10+ finish in Group C. I thought that was going to be it for him.
Getting shown the first leg.
Well, he's going to have to wait till another leg now, because Ray Mulvey has done the job he needed to do.
Game on.
We spoke yesterday when Mulvey kicked off in Group C that he was on that losing streak. I think he'd lost, he won his first 7 in Group A, lost the back 8, then lost the first couple going into yesterday's proceedings. Well, his fortunes turned around in this match against Danny Van Trijp, where he emerged victorious 4 legs to 2. Did go on to get a second win, which was a 4-0 win over the other Van Trijp, Wesley.
95.
I do feel a bit sorry for Danny Van Trijp in the sense that his first leg of Group C yesterday,
140.
he lost it because Simon Stevenson took out 1-2-3 on the bull. His last leg of yesterday, he lost it because
98.
Jared Cole took out 1-6-7, obviously on the bull. So people have been peppering in those 10+ finishes against him. There's been a
58.
100, a 115, a 123, a 110, a 167, a 100, and a 104. That's a lot of 10+ finishes to be on the receiving end of.
41.
I do think, though, that the nature of playing, the competitiveness
100.
of the people up on the stage, they will know that Danny isn't playing as well as he can do.
Well, he's waited all week for one. And he's finally got one, the second biggest.
The second leg, Danny Van Trijp.
There we go. He's been waiting and waiting and waiting for a 10+ finish in Group C. And a 167 finally brings a smile to his face.
And actually a smile to the face of Mulvey as well,
60.
who fully appreciated that Danny has been waiting a while for that.
Oh, he's had one hit against him. Oh, and now he's had a bounce out. That would have been a maximum.
$100. 60. 140.
Yeah, that 167 from Danny that
85.
equals the highest finish that we've seen so far in Group C. Jared Cole was the other one who got it against Danny.
Yeah, and as for Ray Mulvey, he'll be going
59.
back to West Island with more Modus Super Series experience under his belt. Had a really good
44.
start to the week where he
Raymond
completed
Carr
the
would have been
card.
42.
Wasn't able to continue in that vein in Group A. And it's just slowly wound down, I think, towards the end of the week.
52.
Clearly the makings of a very good player, the ADC qualifier.
You can't actually underestimate as well how much the playing here, the experience that people have playing in this kind of arena in front of cameras.
60. Remnucar 90.
Something we've spoken about a lot here at the Super Series. This was not an opportunity that players used to have.
75. Daniel Carr 132.
Well, one of those double chance shots, 90. Should have been at least a bull or double 15. In the end, it was double 15. This is double 6.
126.
Well,
Remnant
like
car
London Bus
15.
is almost there. Double 2.
11. Daniel Carr 6.
That's right at the bottom of the board
Getting
that
shown the third leg.
Danny Van Trijp is targeting, and no issue there with double 3.
Full fake Danny to through
I
first.
think that was almost
Game
a
on.
smile coming across the face of Danny there. But you think the 3 legs that we've played, Danny Van Trijp has missed the 120 on the tops, he's taken out the 167, and he's just missed the 132 on double 6.
60.
Yeah, it was coming, wasn't it? Him getting a ton plus finish.
$100. 60. 40.
Was that a flicker of frustration on Raymond Mulvey's face? Haven't seen that much from him.
No, he has been really, I'm not going to say hard to read, he's just been really composed. There hasn't been big reactions
85.
off the back of a win, off the back of a loss.
Yeah, he's looked very level and settled, hasn't he? The
100.
temperament has been consistent throughout, even if sometimes the darts haven't been. He went on that crazy winning streak and then went on an even longer losing streak.
100.
So definitely pros and cons, positives and negatives to pull out of this week for Raymond Mulvey.
Yeah, and hopefully he can focus more on the positives, because to be able to go through the card, there's not many players that can say that,
91.
especially in a field that we had in Group 8.
Danny Van Trijp has an itchy elbow.
$60. Revenue car 170.
But we've seen quite a few ton plus finishes in Group C. Still haven't seen a 170.
100. Daniel Carr 136.
This is going to be attempt number 4. It's not for the 136.
69. Revenue car 70. Getting shown
Well
the
taken
fourth
care
leg,
of by
Mulvey.
Mulvey.
Fifth
Those
leg,
are the kind
Raymond
of
to throw
finishes that
first.
he can
Game on.
make look routine, and he was doing at the start of Group A. I think the problem that Ray Mulvey
81.
has found is just not getting enough of those kind of chances. He's been outscored in the main in Group C. He's
58.
coming up against big scorers in the sense that Jared Cole and Simon Stevenson, Scott Robertson as well.
100.
So he's just found chances few and far between. And then if there's a bit of a famine when it comes to opportunities at the outer ring,
59.
just makes it difficult to really string any form of confidence together when you're throwing for double.
100.
Yeah, something we picked on earlier yesterday. As you mentioned, they were few and far between, but when he got them, it was kind of nowhere near. It wasn't until we played Danny
100.
and actually managed to get across the line that we saw him settle slightly.
Well, Mulvey isn't convinced that that's what he's got left, but it is.
$60.
Just seeing that a few times, indicating
80.
Fair enough.
120.
yeah, I've seen Danny Van Trijp just try and reset a few times today.
56.
Yeah, it might just be a bit of fatigue and a bit of mechanical fatigue from just throwing darts all week, Danny Van Trijp. No, it's
60.
not just these on the stage, it's
Car,
the practice
64.
darts.
Game show on the fifth
Again,
leg,
another
Raymond
sweet
Mulvey.
two-darter from Mulvey. Those mid-range finishes,
Six
he's
leg
really
Danny
got them
to
on
throw
lock at
first.
the moment.
Game on.
And there is an argument to say that they're probably the most important ones.
81.
Well, I often say this. I mean, Ryan Joyce is just the best at that in the game for me. Just those two-dart finishes.
100.
So ruthless. Well, he's called relentless for a reason. Just going back to maybe a bit of throw
60.
fatigue for Danny Van Trijp. We've seen it here at the Super Series in the past where people have played in ADC Vaults or Tour Championship events at the weekend.
100.
Come to the Super Series on a Monday, played through the whole week, made it to Saturday night, or maybe even if they've not made it to Saturday night,
60.
they've played the whole week, lost out on a Friday, and they've gone to play county on a Saturday or playing a local event on a Sunday. We have seen it where people generally
60.
have, or genuinely, sorry, I should say, have played darts for 7, sometimes 8 days on the bounce. And I don't care who you are, that is going to cause you
95.
a bit of discomfort here and there.
Yeah, and I think one element that, unless you're really invested in the game, that people
81.
overlook is actually that mental fatigue as well. It takes a bit of concentration, a lot of focus to try and maintain a high level for just one day. So, as you say, it's amplified if you're doing it 2, 3, 4, 5, however many days in a row.
160. $96. Daniel Carr, 65.
Tops for Danny Van Trijp, now double 10.
Game show on
Which
the
is
sixth
found,
leg, Danny Van
Which means
Trijp.
we have a last leg decider here. This is a bit of a dead rubber in terms of
Seventh and final
qualification
leg,
for
Raymond
Saturday
through
night, but
first.
still points
Game on.
and legs up for grabs. Danny Van Trijp has, in this match, finally got himself a ton plus checkout.
100.
Ray Mulvey still hasn't had one in Group C.
Yeah, and there's another element to remember as well. Despite these
140.
two, they may not be making it through to Saturday night's finals. They can still act as a bit of a spoiler because Danny Van Trijp's got Scott
96.
Robertson and Simon Stevenson left to play.
Jared will be putting his arm around him in the back room, being like, all right, Danny, do you want an Easter egg or something?
100.
But you're absolutely spot on, Laura. You know, the campaign might be dead for Danny, but that doesn't mean he can't dent everyone else's
65.
chances.
And I was just looking at Mulvey's matches because Mulvey's also got Stevenson coming up in a couple
91.
of matches' time, and he's also got Jared. So these two could really influence because they've got between them the top 3 players in the group.
59.
They could be the
Daniel Carr,
spoilers.
170.
No spoiler alert here. There won't be a 170 finish. Well, Danny Van Trijp has gone from big fish to baby fish.
100. Daniel Carr, 130.
Well, I can't do it now. 10 scored.
30.
Oh, it leaves him a straight ton.
81.
Well, treble 19, the target here. Bull.
56. Daniel Carr,
Not
100.
to be for Mulvey. He's going tops. Is it in? Not quite.
60. Revenue Carr, 25.
Well, Mulvey to take the last leg to side a 4-3. We'll be hoping for at least 2 darts at double 8. Which he gets. On the wire.
17. Daniel Carr, 40.
The opportunity to win might have just passed Mulvey by, because
Can you
Danny
show the
Van
match, Danny
Trijp
Van
has
Trijp?
closed it out on tops. And it's a victory for DVT, who is bottom of the table. But he has gone level on points with Raymond Mulvey. Both players can't qualify for Saturday night, but Danny picks up the points. And these two could still do damage to the others in the group and their hopes of qualifying for Saturday.
Yeah, this is the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV. We've just finished the third round of 3, where you can see there are wins for the Van Trijp brothers and a win for Scott Robertson. But interestingly, losses for Simon Stevenson and Jared Cole. I mean, the table looks like this. Stevenson is still top on 12 points, but that win for Scott Robertson puts him joint on 10 points with Jared Cole. Wesley Van Trijp right behind them on 8 points. And as for Raymond Mulvey and Danny Van Trijp, well, their race might be run in terms of making it through to finals night, but they still have a role to play in how this table may start to look as we go into the last 6 games of this afternoon's session. Well, I just feel now that every time Jared Cole has walked onto the stage today, we have said, this feels like a really big match, a really important match. We did it early on when he took on Simon Stevenson, losing 4-2. We did it once again when he took on Scott Robertson, and it was the same outcome for Jared Cole, who, if you remember, was top of the table coming into today. Well, now he's taking on Wesley Van Trijp, who is our only player in the field on Group C Friday to have not lost a match. I don't know about you. I don't know how this is going to go, because I was more confident at the beginning of the day than I am now. I'm at a loss as to how things are going to pan out.
Well, that's the beauty of the way that these campaigns do unfold. I just caught up with Jared, actually, as he was making his way to the stage. He said, explain that one to me. I averaged 103, hit a 164, and lost the match against Scott Robertson.
125.
But he did miss some important doubles in that game. But he also took the positives and he said, it's okay, got 2 more matches. Can win those.
58.
And I'm in a really good spot.
He is one of those players, you know,
40.
mentioned yesterday that he was an England teammate. We headed out to South Korea. He has that air of positivity in any situation.
And
yeah, he's right. There is so much that he can take from those last couple of losses.
140.
Have you ever seen the film Wayne's World, where they do extreme close-ups?
Oh, yes. In, out, in, out. It's a bit like the Okie Kokie.
85.
Well, this group's been a little bit like the Okie Kokie, hasn't it?
And Wesley Van Trijp's been the one trying to shake it all about, let's be honest.
161.
Well, he might just do that. Now, Jared Cole has hit a 167 and a 164. He isn't going to add 161 to his collection.
100. Wesley Carr, 138.
No 138 outshot either for Wesley Van Trijp.
60. Jared Carr, 61. Game jobs in the first leg, Jared Cole.
Well, Jared Cole doing what he needed to do. 25 for 36.
Second leg, Wesley to throw first. Game on.
1-0 to the king of the castle. And the job far from done for Jared Cole.
96.
Now, we've just seen Danny Van Trijp beat Raymond Mulvey in a last leg decider. I'm thinking we should change his name to Danny Can Trip, because he's tripped off the stage. He smashed his head on the TV for a second time here at the Super Series, which you somehow predicted would happen 3 seconds before it did. I'm also told that coming off the stage after that defeat to Raymond Mulvey, he walked into the players' room and tripped over a bag. So, Danny, you very much can trip.
47.
Maybe he's that tall that he just can't see or sense what's actually on the floor in front of him.
Well, Jimmy Van Schie was all right. He wasn't tripping all over the place. I don't think Danny's got an excuse at all.
57.
Yeah, perhaps it's Wesley that's inherited the balance out of the two of them.
84.
Well, he's certainly inherited the mantle of the only Van Trijp brother who's able to qualify. He can only do it if he beats Jared, really.
58.
Jared knows the equation. All of these games are big as you get to this late stage.
95. Jared Carr, 146.
Yeah, I was just looking at the table and Wesley Van Trijp finds himself in must-win territory now.
Even if he does win, then
96.
leg
Wesley
difference
Carr,
can come into
54.
play. But a loss here means the maximum he can get to is 10 points, and a win here for Jared will put him on 12 alongside
34.
Stevenson. So
Jared Carr, 50.
has to win.
Has to win, but he'll have to do it from 2-0 behind because Jared Cole is on the cusp of a breaker throat, which he
34.
can't secure
Wesley
on
Carr,
double
20.
16. So now Wesley, the opportunity is there to hold.
Getting shown the
Yeah,
second
hold,
leg.
he
Wesley
does.
Van Trijp. Third leg,
Now,
Jared
this is
to
what was
throw
happening
first.
to
Game
Jared
on.
in his last match, where he was having chances at the outer ring and he was missing. Not loads of darts. It wasn't copious amounts. It was just enough
26.
in important visits. 2-0, you're in cruise control against the player who's full of confidence right now, Wesley Van Trijp. 1-1,
100.
he holds his throw. There's no break there. Well, what's Jared done here? Well, he just took a bit of time, I think, to go and reset himself at the table.
60.
Now, I'm not wishing this upon us, the players, or anything else, but we did comment yesterday that every time there was a
One
pause, because there was a few
140.
gremlins in the system upsetting the Wi-Fi and the scoreboard, Jared would come back and hit a 180, a 177, something big. So maybe that bringing that pause into the match is not a bad thing for Jared.
57.
He just doesn't want to run out of steam. Now is not the time to run out of puff, especially when your opponent is hitting maximums against the darts.
$125.
Well,
Wesley
Jared
Carr,
Cole could easily have been 2-0 up in this match.
41.
He might yet be 2-1 behind.
$45. Wesley Carr, 40.
And there is plenty of time here for Wesley.
Getting shown the
He
third
only
leg.
needs
Wesley
a couple
Van
of
Trijp.
darts, and it's a fist bump, and that tells me he's starting to believe that he
Fourth
might
leg,
be in
Wesley
with a
to throw
shout of
first.
making it through.
And it's a break
Game on.
as well. And it might break the heart of Jared Cole.
59.
Treble-less start for Wesley.
60.
Treble-less start for Jared.
140.
2 trebles that time from the Dutchman.
Yeah, we know he's fast, Wesley Van Trijp, but what he seems to be doing so well today is he's just got the timing right, the rhythm,
140.
everything just seems to be free-flowing.
Well, Jared Cole has been matching Wesley Van
98.
Trijp so far in this leg.
But when you're against the darts, matching might not be enough. You need to get your nose in front.
60.
And the gap widens.
100.
I don't know about you, but you have to question, where has this version of Wesley Van Trijp been all week? You get that from some players, you know, when it's the last
100.
chance, you think, right, let's just
Wesley
leave
Carr,
it all out there.
104.
It's a different approach.
88. Jared Carr, 141.
He's had loads of ton plus finishes. Absolutely loads. But he can't add another
81.
to his
Wesley
repertoire.
Carr, 16.
That would have been a perfect time to grab it as well. Breaking straight back.
Getting shown the fourth
But
leg.
Wesley Van Trijp is stamping home his authority in this match.
Fifth
And
leg,
he is
Jared
now
to throw first.
3-1
Game
to the
on.
good with a 2-leg cushion. Jared Cole has it all to do. Has to win 3 legs on the bounce to beat Wesley Van Trijp.
45.
If Wesley had lost this, he would have been out of the running for Saturday night. So this is huge. This next passage of play,
36.
this next leg.
Yeah, and this is not the first, not the second time in this afternoon session that Jared Cole's been in this position. Found himself down against Simon
43.
Stevenson. Looked like he was on the comeback, but missed darts to make it 3-all and go the
40.
well, yeah, just go the full way. It was a lot of darts that he missed as well. Also missed darts to level things up against Scott Robertson.
100.
Now listen, he lost to Simon Stevenson, and Simon played very well. Averaged over 100. Jared missed 8 darts
55.
at double and averaged 87 and a bit. The one that's really bemused him is the one against Scott Robertson, where he averaged 103.63. Did miss a few doubles. Hit a 164 in there.
180.
He hit 3 of those maximums in that match. Ended up losing it.
81. Jared Dukar, 133.
He's got himself in position to pull a leg back.
93. 100.
He's got himself in position and he's got himself time. Trying to work his way down. And that's a nice deflection off that second dart to pin tops.
He'll be thinking that's the bit of luck that I've earned, that I deserve. But you're right, it was a very generous deflection.
Yeah, but this is the leg where things have just come slightly unstuck for Jared so far today. He's managed to get himself back into a position. Managed to carve out these chances, but hasn't been able to make it 3 apiece.
A 140 apiece.
58.
No treble that time for Wesley. Can Jared Cole turn the throw around here? Yes, he can.
140.
Well, a little low with that last start, but a 140 does him the world of good.
83.
Wesley can try and bounce back, but is that going to be enough damage? Behind up at least a ton here, Jared. Or at least a big treble.
64.
And again, it's a great use of the board to make sure you're on a finish.
80.
But it is a slightly more attainable one for Wesley van Trijp if he gets the opportunity to come back.
Oh, 57 and would have gone 60 tops from there.
57. Wesley Carr, 140.
Leaves himself 100. And he's going to get a go at it as well, Jared
60.
Cole.
Jared Carr, 100.
He's already hit this today. Jared Cole, 100 against Wesley's brother, Danny. Well, he liked the lie for the treble.
60. Wesley Carr, 80.
Just about squeezes the single.
40.
And it's
Jared
not
Carr,
too
40.
far over the top from Wesley van Trijp. That is a match dart missed. Jared Cole is looking to take this to a last leg decider. And he does.
Jared Cole.
You can feel the tension on the stage.
So the final leg, Jared to through first. Game on.
And you can see it there. Huge sigh of relief from Jared Cole. As mentioned before, he's been in that position where he's been 3-1 behind on 2 separate occasions so far this afternoon.
60.
Or 3-2 behind, sorry, and hasn't been able to level it up. This time he has, and this time he's got
43.
the chance to serve out the match.
Well, Wesley van Trijp did miss a match start on tops. Jared Cole hit tops for a break of throw, which means he does have the darts in this last leg decider, and he is making the most of that.
140.
May not be a max, but it's a great response from Wesley van Trijp.
$55.
Is that a window of opportunity for Wesley? Well,
60.
If it was, it's not a window he's climbed through.
$96.
Important last treble for Jared Cole. Gives him a look at 110,
41.
and it will be for the match.
Jared Carr,
This is
110.
massive in Group C. Does Group C stand for Cole?
$54.
He knows he's got time. Cole looks disappointed. Walking back, and there is a
100.
little bit of pressure
Jared
of
Carr,
Wesley
56.
tapping on the shoulder of Jared Cole.
Tops for the match. Double 10. And Jared Cole does
Game
win
shot on
it.
the match, Jared Cole.
Just. Wesley Van Trijp did miss a match start at tops. Jared Cole took tops after he missed to take it to a last leg decider, which he then went on to clinch. Oh, he's been snubbed. He's been mugged off for a fist bump. I can promise you now, he doesn't care that much because that's what he cares about. The 4-3 win. Those crucial 2 points in Group C. Jared Cole is still eyeing up Saturday night.
One treble required. Tops.
Game shot on
Oh,
the third leg,
magnificent.
A group of players for 2026 that has won a week. That's an elite group, though.
Game shot.
That's how champions do it. Ironically, it's been the block toe. It's the one he's been able to find. Oh, this would be some act of defiance. Some act of darting defiance.
I've stopped speculating how Scarrett gets finishes.
Here's 20 for double 16.
Game shot in the first
Traditional
leg,
route,
Jasper
and it was
Scarrett.
pinned well by Jasper Scarrett.
So that's the important dart, but because Spellman's dart
Lays fairly flat, can be in the way. You see, stepped across to hit the treble. Step back across to hit the tops. It's a 120 finish for Spellman.
Finds tops. A great 120 check out there by Reece Colley.
Has first dibs on a potential outshot. Oh, we need the ball. 167. Take a bow, Jamal Vinden Herrick.
So, to stay in it. Another. Oh, this is fabulous. Can he complete the combination? Can he save his skin? Oh, that is incredible.
Right, the drama continues here at the Modus Super Series. Week 12 of the series is next week. Just around the corner, starts on Monday. Star of the Ali Pali, David Munua, he's there. Alex Spellman, Jamai Vanden Herik is there as well. So many good names to look forward to. So hopefully you can join us live and free on Pluto TV for that. We are reaching the conclusion of Group C here in week 11 of Series 13. And this is a battle of the green and blacks. Not talking about the chocolate, talking about these two dart players. Simon Stevenson is a man who is keeping a close eye on affairs at the top end of the table. Raymond Mulvey towards the bottom. Unfortunately for Raymond, he isn't able to qualify for Saturday, but this man throwing now very much is. Simon Stevenson is currently top of the group because of 2 legs in the legs difference column. Now, he can go points clear at the top of the table with a victory over Raymond.
Simon to throw first.
And he can obviously add to that legs difference as well. He's currently level with Jared Cole on legs 1, so that won't be a separator if he ends up losing this 4-0. So that will be the aim, just win 1 leg, but he'll be eyeing up far more than that as he kicks off with a maximum to begin with.
Yesterday we had a 3-match run of consecutive 4-0 matches, and this was one of them. Stevenson getting the better of Mulvey 4 legs to 0.
100.
Now he'd like to do something similar because, as we say, he's got the opportunity to move clear on points, but again, it could still
100.
come down to leg difference at some point. There's still a few more matches to go, 4 more to be exact after this.
$41.
Haven't seen that too often from Stevenson, just a bit of a dip in form. Just in terms of that, he's very reliant on having that real stable wrist action.
125.
Kind of flicks the wrist towards the board, and it was just a drop off with the last dart.
$140.
Well, if you're Ray Mulvey or any opponent of Stevenson over these last 2 days and you glance across at the scoreboard and you see that he's sat on 40, you think, oh no. Because he normally takes it. It's taken him 2 more darts than usual, to be fair. But he still takes it out in 1 visit.
Yeah, these 2 over the last couple of days probably come across as the most level, composed players of the field. I would have put Jared into that mix, but I think there was a sense of panic setting in those last couple of games as you were seeing the results slide away. But Jared Cole in that previous outing getting the better of Wesley Van Trijp 4 legs to 3, which means that the race is also won for the other Van Trijp brother.
Well, Simon Stevenson trying to do what he can just to make sure he finishes in one of those top 2 positions. Of course, Scott Robertson still has 2 games left against each of the
100.
Van Trijp brothers. He's the one player who can gun down Stevenson and Jared Cole. I mean, players would rather,
60.
Laura, focus on their own work and keep it in their own hands, but I don't think there's any cause to panic at all for Stevenson, whilst it felt a little bit squeaky bum time for Jared in that
100.
last match against Wesley Van Trijp, where he had to win that last leg decider. Stevenson, although he would rather not lose, he does have the cushion.
140.
Interestingly, you mentioned it, Danny Van Trijp is currently bottom of the group. He could have the decisive say, because he's still got to play Scott Robertson, and in the final game of the day,
59.
Danny Van Trijp plays
Samuel
Simon
Carr,
Stevenson.
141.
Yeah, as I say, plenty more action to come in Group C before things are completely decided. But it's a double 12 here for a 141 for Stevenson. And
129.
great effort,
Revenue
but
Carr,
same shot here for
141.
Mulvey.
Well, started 19 first. No treble. Equals
58.
no shot at double.
Samuel Carr, 12.
3 o'clock for Stevenson. Now we're going down south.
No score.
Well, decides to
Revenue
bust the
Carr,
score
83.
and is banking on Mulvey not taking out this 83. But in his last match, the Irishman was very good at these mid-range finishes. Well, Stevenson said to Mulvey,
43.
I don't think you're going to take this.
Samuel Carr,
And he would be
12.
proven right. Can he do his end of the bargain? Back in the basement again.
9.
Yeah,
Revenue
the
Carr,
same
40.
outcome again for Simon Stevenson, and a chance here for Mulvey to level things up, one apiece.
Getting shot in the second leg.
And
Raymond
it is
Mulvey.
one apiece, and a bit of a scratch of the head there from Mulvey, because I don't think he thought
Alex
he'd
Simon
get
through
afforded
first,
that
game
many
on.
chances to level the match.
Well, every leg that's taken off of Simon Stevenson will be music to Jared Cole's ears.
60.
We've had that conversation that we've mentioned about Stevenson and how
140.
good his tops hitting has been. Whether he still prefers double 16, because when he's had that option, he's tended to leave it. I mean, do you have a favourite double yourself on the board?
100.
I mean, mine is just anyone that goes in, which is kind of few and far between these days.
Well, I do like double 10, I must say. I do like tops and 10s, but I'm really bad
57.
at 5s. So, it shouldn't be my favourite, but double 10 is my favourite. I do quite like the ones that are around your eye line as well.
100.
I'm not averse to a bit of double 6, double 11, 14s, 13s, that kind of area. Just think it suits my height thrown towards the board. But I thought that was an interesting
100.
conversation at the World Grand Prix in the autumn, where we had that strange leg where Gedwin Price was trying all sorts of different doubles, trying to get himself in. And people were asking, well, why does he keep throwing
100.
for double 13 to try and get himself in? And I think that the conversation was, well, it's just a nice height for him. And obviously he's so good on tops, Gezi, but it's just a nice
60.
height for him.
Samuel
And
Carr,
some players prefer
141.
that. I mean, think back to Mensah Suljovic, was just like a demon on double 14.
Couldn't
quite bring the 25 into play, and it's another long-range opportunity for Mulvey. He hasn't really threatened many ton plus finishes so far this last couple of days.
Yeah, he's the only player in this
79.
group who hasn't had one.
Samuel Carr, 44.
Well, you mentioned double 13.
$36. Revenue Carr, 65.
Stevenson just having a few issues when it's come to finding the doubles,
Getting
but no
shot in the
issues
third leg,
there
Raymond
from
Mulvey.
Mulvey. Did that in the last match. Just those
Fourth leg,
little
Raymond to throw first.
two-dot
Game on.
mid-range finishes taken in two. Yeah, going back to that conversation, I agree.
99.
I think there's a lot of players when we play again and again that can throw a straight dart. But getting the level right, I cannot stand tops. I will try and avoid
60.
tops every day of the week, but I like 10s. I love 6s. I love double 11.
It's line versus length, isn't it? It's pitch versus
121.
line completely in that argument. Whereas tops, you pretty much need to stay the same pitch. You can sway left and right.
41.
Well, if you move into the west or the east of the board, it's up and down rather than left to right, isn't it? So, yeah, completely understand that argument.
100.
To the point that I do get told off that quite often if I've got 25 left, I'll go for treble 3. Because treble 3 obviously leaves double 8, that's your 9. But I don't mind double 11.
100.
It's not some route I'd recommend, I'll be totally honest, but it's what I like.
76.
Yeah, I sometimes think it does depend, going back to the Grand Prix conversation, about whether it is a double start match or not.
125.
If you left yourself 22 and it's an important leg, and you miss inside, you are going to have to burn a dart. So, you know, there is that risk. But if you're throwing to get in,
73.
then maybe it's not quite as bad.
Yeah. Well, things aren't looking quite as rosy here for Stevenson. Mulvey down to a double in 15. He's just missed
32.
an opportunity, another ton plus checkout. But this to go within one of the match, and no messing around on the outer ring for Mulvey. This really could
Game on.
kind of pique the interest of a couple of players in the back, in Jared Cole and Scott Robertson.
Well, we've praised Simon Stevenson for how good he's been finishing off legs in one visit. Well, he's not been great in this match. 9 darts missed at double. Contrastingly, Ray Mulvey has had half as many opportunities at the outer ring, but he's hit 3 of them. And there you can see a 50% difference in the doubling percentages.
It's an oldie but a goodie. It scores for show, doubles for dough, and I think that just paints the picture in front of you.
100.
Stevenson has been in this position before. He found himself 3-1 down against Wesley Van Trijp. Brought it back to 3 apiece, but it was Van Trijp that
85.
won in the end.
Well, remember, Stevenson needs at least another couple of points to book his spot in Saturday night, at least. He might not get them here
100.
against Mulvey. And the reason that's the case is because Scott Robertson, if he wins his next match and wins it 4-0, we'll have 3 players on the same legs
60.
difference. All on 12 points. So Stevenson is far from secure at the top of the standings.
Yeah, what makes it really interesting,
82.
sometimes we will have this scenario, but one of them 3 will be playing each other. But they're not. They're all playing the other 3 in the group, the 3 that are out.
100. Revenue car 119.
Wow, treble 20. Would have left him tops.
55.
Does he want tops or 16s this time, Stevenson? He's back on tops. Always going to use that as a guide. He's been doing it all day. Did it all yesterday.
6-leg Raymond to throw first. Game on.
Don't know why he switched to double 16 a couple of matches ago against Jared Cole when it was important.
131.
Oh, sorry, Wesley Van Trijp it was who he played, and he switched to the 16s. You just wonder why he did that when he's been playing so well on tops.
Yeah, and
60.
despite winning that leg, it was a distinct shake of the head from Stevenson, who knows he's really still up against it. Mulvey kicking off with a 1-3-1, looking to back it up here, trying to find
60.
a treble.
Now, this is an interesting conundrum
100.
for Simon Stevenson, because no matter what the score is when he walks off the stage here, He has to wait another 3 matches before he's back up there and closing out this afternoon session
100.
against Danny Van Trijp, who is already out of the running. So he's going to have to watch all of the chaos ensue in front of him before he gets the chance to do anything about it. So he best try and rally here and get the points that he needs to try and give him a bit of a comfort blanket.
Yeah, it could be that, depending on how the 2 matches prior to that go, that, well, 3 matches, sorry, it could be academic. He could be already sat back and everything's sewn up. But the way this group has gone, I don't see that happening.
Well, one benefit is that Mulvey's left himself on a dud.
60. Samnica 141.
Possibly an argument there to have switched from Mulvey with the last, but the 141 no longer on.
105. Revenue car 109.
Oh, he's a long way from the 57 there, Mulvey.
77. Samina car 36.
Well, this would be a breaker throw, and it would give Simon Stevenson the darts in a decider.
Getting shot on the
right in the top corner. And Stevenson has managed to claw back some ground. He was 3-1 down in this match to Mulvey, remember.
Game on.
Oh, the Irishman's had his chances.
He's played well, he's pushed, he has relinquished that 3-1 lead. And there's 2 ways of
60.
kind of looking at that. Ultimately, Mulvey just got the 1 breaker throw, but because this is such a short course format, it's only a race to 4, that sometimes makes it feel so much worse than it is.
100. $140.
Big visit, levels him up in terms of points with Stevenson.
$60.
Well, a win for Stevenson would put him on 14 points, which is 4 clear of Robertson in 3rd. And remember, the top 2 qualify.
140.
So it would put him in a really good spot. But he has to secure the win here first.
100. Revenue car 161.
Well, when you haven't had a ton plus finish in this group, a 161 would have been a pretty sweet one worth waiting for. But
59.
It's not to be.
Revenue car 141.
He's already missed double 12 for this checkout, Stevenson, in this match. Isn't going to get another throw at double 12.
No, it looks like he's persevering with the treble 20, and they are 2 superbly thrown darts, but only 40 points to show for it. So switch with the
65.
last. But will he get back? We keep
Revenue
talking
car
about this ton plus
102.
finish for Mulvey, the 102. Yeah, tried to find the treble 20. He liked the light.
Samina car 76.
He doesn't miss tops much.
Getting shot
And he
on the
doesn't
Simon
miss it
Stevenson.
there either. And a release of emotion for Simon Stevenson. And you can see the release because it means that he is now 4 points clear of 3rd position in the group. A last leg decider is what it took against Ray Mulvey, who unfortunately can't qualify. Simon Stevenson is in pole position. He squeaks it 4-3.
10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Van Schie. Burnett steps up and Richie Burnett does find double 10 and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making because for the first time ever there will be a pairs 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve West is this race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Well, the international pairs starts very, very soon. And if you want to be part of the studio audience here at the Live Lounge for that or for any other Saturday nights at the Modus Super Series, then that is the QR code that you need to scan. You can get close to the action right up near to the stage and watch live darts in the excellent atmosphere of the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. So that's the QR code. Get yourself your phone out and scan it now. Well, if you did want to take in international pairs, all starts on the 20th of April, live and free here on Pluto TV. You might even get to see this man up close, Danny van Trijp, who along with Wesley is part of the Dutch team. Jimmy Van Schie, of course, part of it last time for international pairs too. But he is now a tour card holder, the big... Well, I was going to call him the big man, but he's called the Dutch Sequoia for a reason. Jimmy Van Schie, he's bigger than big. Danny van Trijp can do some big damage to the man behind him, who is Scott Robertson, who, as long as he avoids getting bageled in this game, Laura, is still in with a shout of qualifying for Saturday night. Now, all he needs to do is avoid losing 4-0. With the way Danny van Trijp's been playing and the way Scott's been playing, we'd imagine that will probably happen. He will avoid losing 4-0. But a win would be much, much better.
Well, they're all laughs and they're all smiles up on the stage there with Paul Hinks, who has obviously said something that's incurred a fist bump. But it will be all business as soon as Paul Hinks tells them to, well, shouts the words game on, because, as you say, for Scott Robertson, this was a result that actually went 4-0 in his way yesterday. Now, Danny van Trijp, he did get the better of Mulvey earlier on in his previous match. It has been a difficult week for Danny van Trijp on the Oki, but as we said before, he has the role of playing spoiler for some of these players.
First leg, Scots is through first. Game on.
Advantage of throw does go to Scott Robertson. Scott Robertson's last outing, one of the best matches, I would say, of 91. Group C. That 4-2 win over Jared Cole. It was a match where Jared Cole averaged in excess of 103, hit 3 180s, and 164 checkout. But it was just pivotal moments that Jared missed darts at double, and Scott was always there to pounce. He and himself averaged in excess 81. Of 100. It was a really important match, and it really has made the table interesting reading.
Yeah, and if he qualifies for Saturday, you might look back and see that as the turning point. But there's a horrible cliche in sport, which I'm going to wheel out now because it's the appropriate time. The most important game is the next game. No point looking back, has to look forward. And he's doing exactly that. Robertson hitting a maximum to leave himself a finish.
140. Scott the car, 149.
Well, Danny Van
45.
Trijp waited ages for his first
164.
ton plus check out of the group. Hit a 167 to get it. No 164 on this particular occasion. 104 is the target
82.
for Robertson.
Scott the
And
car,
the one leg he
104.
needs to make sure that even if he loses the match, he still has a chance of Saturday night qualification.
Yeah, needed a big adjustment with that second dart.
88.
Couldn't quite find
Daniel
it, but
Carr, 82.
sets up nicely. Yeah, single one, 81 required. So options with this. Most players go treble 19, double 12, but couldn't find the big treble.
Well, that is the sort of luck sometimes that you need.
30.
Robertson was at risk of
Scott
being
the car,
broken in
16.
a match in which he only needs one leg. Now he has the advantage very much so on double 8. Double 4.
8.
But he hasn't been able
Daniel
to
Carr,
close it out.
52.
Look of bemusement on the face. Well, he wanted 12 for tops. He's now got double 14, and
Gains
he's
on
just
the
going to
first
hit
leg,
that
Danny
anyway.
Van Trijp.
Well, he has gone double-double in Group C. He did it
Second leg,
tops
Johnny, this is the
yesterday.
first. Game on.
It's not a double-double that he was expecting to hit, but he's hit it. He's got something in his ear as well, apparently. He's given that a good old rummage.
135.
Well, we mentioned that there were key moments in that match between Robertson and Cole, where Cole couldn't find the finish in time. But it's 3 darts over
123.
2 throws missed for Scott Robertson. Well and truly punished. And Danny Van Trijp now really making some inroads in leg number 2.
92.
And depending on how this match goes, I mean, I'm already thinking to the kind of heroics, I'd say, of Wesley Van Trijp today. He won those first 3
100.
matches, came devastatingly close to getting past Jared Cole, did have a match start, which would have kept him in contention. And you think all that hard work to get yourself into a position to lose it by a leg, and Robertson could find himself in a similar place.
Yeah, it can be cruel. It really can.
98. Scott the car, 106. $56. Daniel Carr, 28.
Double 14 for the second time in a row. Oh,
No
unlucky.
score. Scott the car,
Well, he hit
50.
it first time of asking in the last leg. Can't hit it with 3 darts at it in this leg. And Robertson has a reprieve, which he couldn't take actually in the last leg. Can he take this one? Not yet. But he does now, and that is the crucial leg that he needs. Just
Third
the
leg,
one
Scott
leg
to
he
throw
needs,
first.
because even if he loses this 4-1, he still has a chance of qualification. Obviously, the aim is to go better than win 1 leg.
Game on.
But that's the first part of the job done, you could say.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how aware Scott will be with regards to the permutations. The focus, as you say, is just going to be on the win.
57.
I think players in the back room, the first thing that they do look at is those points. They know leg difference can make a huge impact when it comes to
41.
the pivotal end of these group stages.
Yeah, some people would rather know what they've got to do in the permutations. Others would rather not know.
135.
I think that there are pros and cons for and against either of those thought processes. But some people just approach it as,
60.
right, my aim's to win 4-0. If I can't win 4-0, I'll try and win 4-1. And if I can't win 4-1, I'll try and win 4-2, etc. But on occasion, there are times where you do need to
99.
know what the equation is, Laura.
Oh, I can think of a few perfect examples of players that have gone through not realising that they've
60.
actually qualified. I think it was Johnny Hayden, perhaps, that we had to drag back from the train station because he thought he was out, didn't even look at the last result, thought he was done and dusted. And it's like, no, come back, you're playing in the finals.
$60. Scott the car, 129.
That leaves 108, so no finish with 2 darts from there.
97. $60. Scott the car, 32.
Well, Scott Robertson could so easily have been 2-0 down in this match. He might now be 2-1 up. Yes, he is 2-1
on the
up.
third leg, Scott Robertson.
He's won that leg by quite a sizable margin
Fourth
as
leg
well.
Johnny to through first. Game on.
Yeah, bit of a shaky first leg from Scott Robertson when it came to the finishing, but he's corrected that in leg 2 and 3.
$60. $57.
Couldn't make the most of the trebleless visit from Danny van Trijp. And again, just that little hesitation from Danny, as you mentioned before, could be
100.
just down to fatigue. Have seen him grasp his elbow a couple of occasions as well. It's kind of a must-have in the dart player's locker is some kind of deep heat type thing when you played that many days. So I think anyone that
100.
plays for a day and hasn't done it for a while, you get that pain in the arm. It's real.
Well, some players we've seen wear almost like compression sleeves. Think of Paul Lim, for example, Richie Edhouse, Lisa Ashton, I think, wears one as well.
89.
Some people find
Top
that
the car,
restrictive,
24.
but for others, it's really important because it keeps them feeling like their arm is nice and secure and solid.
Yeah, I went through a stage of doing the same thing as Robertson pins, looks at
99.
ball.
Daniel Carr,
Trying to be
52.
mystic, Laura again.
Well, as good as your
100.
predictions are,
Scott the car, 25.
I would be very impressed if you can predict who wins this group or who gets through, because it is still so close. 88. Still loads of room there.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Scott Robertson.
Well, he now goes one away. It's a breaker
Fifth leg,
throw,
Scott
and
to
he's
throw
got the darts
first.
to win 4-1. And that means 4 more in the legs 1 column.
Game on.
And +3 in the legs difference column. That's if he does win it in this next leg. Then puts him
97.
just 1 leg away from Jared Cole in the legs difference column. And that could prove to be significant.
100.
Yeah, and as you say, you're not reliant on favours. You don't want to be, but with a group this tight, there is a part of you that's hoping that chasing pack is
134.
just chipped away at.
Yeah, like you say, you don't want to, but you will take it if it comes. Absolutely. I think especially for
57.
Jared, because he felt hard done by in that loss to Scott Robertson, where he averaged over 103.5, hit a 164. 3 maximums in that game from the King of the
140.
Castle, and he ended up losing it by 2 clear legs, and I think he felt a little bit unfortunate there. So any rubs of the green that can come his way,
100. Scott the car,
he will take them, especially at this stage. Well, had a look at the scoreboard to see where Danny van Trijp was. The bull was on offer. Instead, big fat 18 leaves in double 16, which he's been pretty good on.
60. Scott Lucar, 32.
So 32 left to win the match and to keep himself in contention for qualification through to Saturday night. And that is a comprehensive performance from Scott Robertson, who is keeping up the fight here in Group C. He's got Simon Stevenson and Jared Cole to contend with, but he swept aside Danny Van Trijp, who still has to play Simon Stevenson. But Scott Robertson did the job that he needed to do. He's done it with a 97.29 average. He wins 4-1, and next up, Jared Cole takes on Raymond Mulvey. Well, we have just 3 games left of Group C here in Week 11 of Series 13. And my word, things are close. Those were the last 3 results that we saw. Jared Cole against Wesley Van Trijp in a last leg decider, knocking Wesley out of the qualification picture for Saturday night. Simon Stevenson with a big last leg decider win over Raymond Mulvey. That keeps him in pole position at the top of the group. And Scott Robertson with a huge win over Danny Van Trijp of his own. That keeps him well within contention. So here's how the table looks. And get your eyes around this. Simon Stevenson is top by 2 points. He still has a game left to play. Jared Cole, he's up next against Raymond Mulvey. Now, if Raymond beats Jared, Simon is through to Saturday night. If Jared wins, he's level on points with Simon on 14, but it all depends on the margin of victory. And Scott Robertson still has to play Wesley van Trijp, so depending on what happens elsewhere heading into that game, he still has an opportunity to make it back here tomorrow night as well. Got it? Good.
I don't.
Well, do you want me to do it all over again?
Yeah, I think you should. I know, it's excellent. Very good. It's complicated.
It is complicated, but the equation is simple for Jared Cole. Win. If you win, you have got a really good chance of qualification. The qualification process is simple for Simon Stevenson as well. A Raymond Mulvey win will put him through. So Simon will be in the back room cheering on the Irishman. And Jared needs
Raymond
to defend his castle.
Game on.
Against the man from Leitrim. So here we go then.
41.
If Jared wins
60.
this game to zip, or conceding just a single leg, then that will be good enough, you feel.
59.
Well, that's exactly what Jared Cole did yesterday. This was his first meeting of Group C, and it was a 4-1 victory for the King of the Castle. How he'd like to replicate that once again. But Mulvey, I think, from those initial stages of Group C yesterday, he is a better
58.
player, is a better version of himself, both towards the latter end of yesterday and throughout today.
134.
And I'll be honest, there's such a difference from playing that initial first game where you're thinking, right, where's my game at? How am I going to feel up here? To actually having a game where it will qualify you through.
140.
Yeah, a win not enough to qualify Jared through. It just depends on the margin of victory if he wins. If he loses,
45.
that sends Simon Stevenson through. A win for Jared by a big margin will put him back top of the table in the legs difference column. We might even go down to the legs 1 column, but we will just leave that to one side for now and see if it ends up transpiring.
Yeah, unbelievably, this could get more complicated, or it could be very straightforward indeed.
I think it's because of what you were talking about earlier on, which is the 3 contenders.
80.
They don't
Does
have
the car
matches against each
128.
other in this final run of fixtures. It's the 3 lads who are out who are going to have the deciding say, which I guess is a positive if you're someone shooting for a spot in Saturday night
26.
because you have it in your own
28.
hands.
That there, a big slip.
12.
Yeah, Slippy's not
Gallagher
able to
car,
recover from
102.
either. 102 for Cole and a breaker throat.
54. Remukar 16.
He was a long way from the treble 14. He's angry about it, Jared Cole. Just needs to keep his composure.
Getting shown the first leg, Raymond
To
Mulvey.
hold a throw for Mulvey.
Second leg, Jared to throw first.
Well,
Game
Jared
on.
is the kind of character who would have done all the calculations in the back. He knows that 4-0 or a 4-1 is enough. And he's already, in his mind, burned
45.
through an opportunity by losing that leg.
And now this comes back to exactly what you said previously. Is it better to know or not? Obviously, because of the
100.
nature of the fact that Jared works here, yeah, he will know what he needs to do, but I don't always know that that's the best thing. Obviously, you can't change it, but ultimately,
100.
you shouldn't be thinking, right, I can only afford to drop 1 leg. I know he can afford to drop more as long as he wins. You should just be all
43.
focus on that win.
You could have fit another 9 darts in that treble 20. Pinpoint from Jared Cole.
85.
There's not been enough in the way of 2 treble visits from Ray Mulvey in this Group C campaign. There have been some really good moments when it comes to the finishing, particularly two darters, but when it comes to the double, treble visits, I don't think he's been up there enough with the top boys, which is why he is where he is in the table.
36.
Well, this will level things up for Cole, and no mistake. It's a positive response to losing that first leg. It's a 13 darter for Cole.
100.
Well, he would have fancied a double in the last leg, didn't get it. That's
95.
his first double in the match, and it goes, which is a positive sign, but Ray Mulvey's already missed 4 at the outer ring. We're only in leg number 3.
57.
And when I look at these fixtures, Cole obviously taking on Mulvey here, then you've got Robertson taking on Wesley van Trijp, and then Simon Stevenson seeing out Group C against Danny.
83.
I do think that Scott Robertson probably has the more difficult task on his hands because he is still in 3rd place because of leg difference, but he's running into Wesley van Trijp, who has been a far improved player so far today. But the caveat to that, I guess, is Wesley, he would have been disappointed losing that last game by the smallest of margins, so it's how he bounces back.
Well, just a correction needed, and this happened to Jared Cole yesterday in an important game for him as well, where the scoreboard just had a little malfunction, and he was able to refocus superbly. I asked him about it before the session started, and I said, how distracting is that? And he said, yeah, it's difficult, it disrupts your rhythm, but it's all about the mentality. And the mentality that he's shown when it comes to these things happening. And they were big pauses as well yesterday, weren't they? They weren't just little ones that sometimes happen. There was a full-on scoreboard malfunction, and he had to wait a while. And it was an important last leg of a match that he needed to win.
Yeah, and it was a match, I think, that was either 4-1, 4-2, can't quite recall, but I know it didn't go the distance, and it still took 20 minutes by way of those pauses as well. Now, Jared dealt with them really well yesterday. The pause meant when he came back, he was hitting big scores, but at that period in the group, he was kind of all smiles. He was chatting away. Well, he does not look all smiles up there at the moment. This is now becoming a bit frustrating for him because this is such an important game.
Well, the confusion is Ray Mulvey hit 83 and then threw again before the scoreboard could be corrected and hit 100. So that's now been adjusted and we can get back underway.
58. $60. 133.
Yeah, again, it's the board management from Jared, which is excellent. Should never start on 20s on 265.
58. Jared de Car, 132.
Jared Cole has
80.
been one of the biggest hitters of Tom Plus checkouts, but nowhere near the 1-3-2. And Mulvey can't find the start of the combination for the 1-2-6.
42. Jared de Car, 52.
Well, Jared Cole is averaging 16 points better off than his opponent. Can he convert that into a meaningful advantage?
Game shown the third leg, Jared Cole.
Yes, he can. Another 2 legs, Jared. That's all you need, and you're through to Saturday night. Unless Raymond Mulvey wins another. If Raymond
59.
Mulvey picks off another leg, Jared will not book his qualification, even with a 4-2 win. He has to win 4-0 or 4-1 to go through.
It doesn't mean he's completely out, but then
98.
it does mean he's dependent on the results from Scott Robertson and Wesley van Trijp. Oh, I do love it when a group goes right down to the wire. I'm sure the players don't.
29.
I'm sure they would have liked to have been home and dry by now, absolutely, but it's very entertaining, very exciting.
It's fun for us. It's not fun for them.
57. 58.
Just a few points separating these two in leg number
85.
4.
Jared just taking a little bit of time. 3 pretty sloppy visits on the bounce, or he's not been able to find trebles. He's back in the trebles now.
134.
And again, a lot to be said for just taking that even couple of seconds to go away and pause.
57.
Well, Mulvey can't believe he's not hit a 60 there.
Yeah, no missing on the treble 20 there. And
135.
yeah, despite the second, it was a good adjustment with the last dart for Jared Cole.
140. Jared 86.
That's a single 18. 36 scored, leaves the ball.
61. Remluka 64.
Already seen him hit this. And it could be the same route. Double 8 for a 64. And yeah, you couldn't get much closer than that.
Right on the wire. Sigh of relief for Jared Cole. Double 12. Which he hits. And he was a millimetre away of having qualification for Saturday night taken out of his hands, because if Mulvey picks up a second leg, Jared can't qualify yet, even with a win. But he won the leg
81.
because Mulvey's narrow miss opened the door for him and he walked through it. Well, we said
45.
This group might not be decided by much. Get the protractor out.
$100.
Yeah, Mulvey proving really hard to shake. And as you say, unfortunate for him not to have converted that 64, because I think you could have put
44.
that in by hand and perhaps not got it as close to that side of the wire.
Yeah, I can't imagine there were many sisal
100.
fibres in between the point and the wire there.
But in fairness, if you look back at some of the
46.
other games, it's Jared that's been kind of creating those chances for his opponents. So the fact that it's happening in reverse.
180.
Well, 180 for Mulvey. There've not been too many of those. And it's left in 40.
100.
And Jared Cole is very much in the
40.
rear view mirror in this leg. And tops. Now 10s. Double 5.
32.
Oh, he doesn't need. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need. Of course, he doesn't need to. 266 is what Jared Cole is on.
59.
He's not going to get a shot. So it looks like here, the Saturday night qualification could be taken out of Jared Cole's hands.
4.
But not just yet.
Yeah, this is edgy. 11 darts missed by Mulvey, and he knows he's going to get more, but time will be running out for him.
Remluka 4.
You see that frustration coming through from Cole because he's hit a big score, but is it too little too late?
Well, he was creeping his way closer, but not close enough. Jared Cole thought this leg was dead. Mulvey was on 40. Jared was on 360 odd. He might still win this. Tops for the match.
34.
And Jared Cole has missed the match start.
4.
That was for qualification for Saturday.
You have to think Mulvey can't keep missing. He's gone inside, up for double 1. Is that a marker or is that too close?
On the 3 flag, Raymond Mulvey.
Proves to be a marker in the end. And that's that second leg we've been talking about that Mulvey's taken, which means if Jared Cole is to progress through to tomorrow's finals, then he has to wait. One dart come and gone. How important is it going to be? It's timing once again for Cole when it comes to the finishing.
And on double 1 as well with the last dart. Talk about giving you some hope
100.
and then ripping it away from you. Mulvey, it doesn't really matter. He's out. He can't qualify for Saturday, but he can annoy Jared. And he's done exactly that. Jared missing that 1 dart at tops, which would have seen him through to Saturday, would have won him the match.
140.
Mulvey now just seems to be free flowing. He's wrestled away a little bit of a lead in a leg that Jared threw first in, but that's a great reply from the King of the Castle.
Well, I spoke about Jared feeling a little bit hard done by and maybe a touch unlucky. Raymond Mulvey has not hit 180 all day and then
45.
hits one on his own throw to get himself down to a finish first and still needs the last start on double one.
57.
How's your luck, Jared?
Jared Yukar, 135.
No 135, but you mentioned it's the first
48.
180 that he's hit. Is it going to be the first Tom Plus checkout? It's 104 to level things up at 3 apiece.
Now listen, he can't qualify now with a win, Jared Cole, but every leg matters.
96.
And
Jared
double
Yukar,
four
87.
is missed for 104. And this 87 is big. Bull.
62.
So
Jared Yukar,
close.
8.
Another match start come and gone for Cole. And it's double 2 again for Mulvey.
4. Jared Yukar, 25.
Jared cannot afford any more slips.
Getting shot in the
This time he closes the match out. It's not by the margin he wanted. He wanted to win 4-0 or 4-1. That would have booked him through to Saturday night. In the end, it's 4-2, and Ray Mulvey ripping away the heart of Jared Cole because he felt just for a second that he was in with a shout when Raymond was struggling to close out a leg in which he hit his first 180 of the day. In the end, it's a win for Jared Cole, but his qualification to Saturday is still undecided. Well, we are almost at the end of what has been an absolute roller coaster of a Group C campaign. Wesley Van Trijp was in the running today. He managed to string together a bunch of victories, including against his brother Danny Van Trijp. He also beat Simon Stevenson 4-3. That was a huge result for him. But in the end, a last leg decider against Jared Cole knocked him out of the picture. His opponent here, Scott Robertson, is still in the frame to qualify for Saturday night, but only if he demolishes Wesley Van Trijp. Has to win 4-0. If Wesley picks up a leg, that sends Jared Cole through.
First leg,
so
Wesley
Jared has
through
just
first.
won his last match, 4-2 against Raymond Mulvey. Had he won it 4-0 or 4-1, he would be through anyway. As it happens, he's not yet. He just needs Wesley Van Trijp, who's throwing first, to hold his throw here or win any of the subsequent legs. And Jared Cole is through. Scott Robertson knows the equation. It's win and win big, Laura.
Yeah, and I think that's been the case for him throughout the day, because you go back to that very first match that Robertson had against Stevenson. He lost 4 legs to 0, and that did so much damage to the leg difference, which is why he's finding himself in this position. Yes, he has had some very good games subsequently, but when anyone gets a 4-0 loss, it just means it's just a lot. It was a lot more work.
You know that saying, what goes around comes around. It's basically coming back to haunt him here, that 4-0 defeat. He's basically had to make up that defeat here in this match when it's right at the tail end of the group stage.
$100.
Yeah, and you mentioned it previously. You know, you've got to look forward to your next match. But, well, it's all about this. It's all about the present.
Got the car 161.
Yeah, you can't change what's been and gone.
$99. What's the car 148? $100. It's got the car 62.
Looking at the treble 10 here. Now big 20. Double 16.
30. Where's your car 48?
Well, an opportunity for that leg we've been talking about.
Game show on the first leg, Wesley Van Trijp.
Jared Cole, you are through to Saturday night, my friend.
First. Game on.
Because Wesley Van Trijp has picked up a leg over Scott Robertson. And that, in terms of the mathematics in the table, is enough to send the king of the castle through. So well done to Jared Cole. He's averaged 103.63 today. He's hit a 164 today. He's hit loads of maximums today. But the table suggests that now that Wesley has picked up a leg over
26.
Scott, Jared is through.
$95.
Well, after all that stress from about 10 minutes ago that Jared was putting himself through, it's all wrapped up for him now. Just a couple of minutes into this one.
Yeah, and depending on how this match actually goes, it could
98.
be a comfortable last match for Simon Stevenson as well.
96.
Yeah, Scott Robertson has to win. There are no two ways about it. Simon Stevenson, Jared Cole on 14 points. Scott Robertson on 12 points.
$45.
And even if Scott Robertson wins, he would then be reliant on Danny Van Trijp to win
100.
by a scoreline over Simon Stevenson.
And that hasn't looked very likely today, has it? Let's be honest. So Simon, I mean, this is the strange conundrum we have.
95.
Simon Stevenson is top of the group, but he's not through. Jared Cole is second in the group, but he is through because of the way the fixtures
60.
have fallen.
Shot
It's
the car,
weird, but
85.
it's also wonderful. It's also Wesley. Because Jared Cole relying on Wesley to win that leg. to send him through.
Game shot in the second leg, Scott Robertson.
Robertson can't let go of hope. He has to
Third
keep
leg,
believing
Wesley
until
to
the end.
first.
I mean, he's
Game
cutting
on.
a figure to me there, even though he's just won that leg, of a man who knows it's probably too much of a task to get through. But he can't be thinking that way, just in case.
81.
No, I think in his mindset, he'll probably have thought if he can get the 4-0 victory, then obviously that then puts Jared Cole in jeopardy. But the fact that he's now relying
19.
on Danny Van Trijp to do some damage against Simon Stevenson, and that just don't know what version of Danny Van
80.
Trijp is going to turn up. Now, the only thing I will say for Scott Robertson fans, if he does pick up a win here, is that Danny Van Trijp in Group A, brilliant in match 1, brilliant in his last match. They were the 2
136.
victories he picked up. He beat Simon Stevenson yesterday in the opening match of Group C, beating
84.
4 legs to 3, averaged in excess of 90, and I think Stevenson has looked slightly vulnerable towards the back end of this group. So I agree with you. I think even at this stage, Robertson just needs to
60.
throw everything at this match.
Well, it seems strange to say this about a dart player and a defeat,
55.
but Simon Stevenson would probably snap your arm off for a 4-3 loss. Because I think that will still just about squeeze him through, but yeah, we're only into the third leg of this one. And
134.
still simmering away. The fire's very much burning in this group.
60. Scott Lecard, 152.
Robertson's highest finish is a 160. That did come in the opening match, the opening leg that he played against Wesley Van Trijp yesterday.
96.
Not adding the
Wesley
152.
Lecard, 141. Game shot in the third leg.
Yeah, but the
Wesley Van
141
Trijp.
goes for Wesley Van Trijp.
Fourth leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
Well, Wesley hit a ton plus out against his brother. That was a 115.
57. $100.
Now the opportunity to qualify might just be disappearing
84.
for Robertson. There's always going to be a tall order, but if your opponent's taking out finishes like 141 against you,
140.
it's going to make that challenge even trickier.
$100.
Steady tongue keeps him in touching distance. But
140.
Wesley Van Trijp making a real race for the finish line. He's down to 121 in 9. And don't forget, this is a leg that Robertson threw first on.
57. Wesley Lecard, 121. 97.
Well, he could be 3-1 down in a matter of seconds, because that's all it takes for Wesley Van Trijp to get in and out.
Wesley Lecard, 24. 12. Scott Lecard, 108.
This you feel has to go. Robertson cannot afford to concede any more legs and needs to find a way to win.
$55. Wesley Lecard, 12. $10. Scott Lecard, 53.
Well, Wesley Van Trijp is not taking his chances. He's left himself on the madhouse again.
Game shot on the
And
fourth leg,
Robertson
Scott Robertson.
makes him pay. Well, he's angry because
Fifth leg, Wesley to
even
throw
though it's a
first.
level
Game
game,
on.
he thinks there's still too much to do, and in fairness, he's probably right.
83.
Let's be honest, it's never over till it's over. But I do get it. It's a culmination of 2
38.
days play, and it doesn't necessarily all come down to one match, but it won't feel like
60.
that in this last match. It's a combination of that 4-0 loss that we were talking about earlier, results that happened from yesterday. There's a lot of other factors that played to be in this position, but when you're up there and in the moment, it just feels like it's all or nothing.
$87. $29. $140. $140. Where's the car? 131.
Well, the more legs that Wesley Van Trijp wins in this match, particularly if he beats Robertson, the slimmer his chances get the Scot of Saturday.
98. Where's the car? 40.
He might well shell another leg here. Double 10, double 5.
30. Scott the car.
Well,
56.
Wesley has been wayward on his doubles. 9 misses at the outer ring.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Scott Robertson.
Crucial for Robertson.
6 legs. Scott to through first. Game on. $97. $60.
Well, we are going to come down to leg difference. We knew it was going to be the case. Willie Borland lost out to Ben Robb in Group A by leg difference, 10 legs.
100.
The margin. Both players had 22 points.
41.
It's going to be tight here in Group C as well. Might even be the same scenario in Group B later this evening. So make sure you join us for that here on Pluto TV. Jared Cole has already secured his position
100.
through by legs difference.
94.
Robertson can still qualify, but it's mightily unlikely from this position.
First things first, he still needs to find that win. He needs those extra couple of win points.
96.
Tie on 14 alongside Jared, alongside Stevenson, and then it would all be down to the last match.
Which is Danny Van Trijp against
108.
Simon Stevenson. And Simon would just need to pick up a couple of legs in that contest.
$43.
Bit of a wicked deflection with the last start, but he knows he'll be back.
108. He's got a car. 65.
Unorthodox.
Tops to win.
Game shot on the match.
And Scott Robertson does win, but that isn't the look of a man who's celebrating, and that's because he feels there's no chance of Saturday night qualification. Wesley Van Trijp waves goodbye, but Scott Robertson is not dead and buried in Group C, at least not yet. It will come down to the final match where Wesley's brother Danny takes on table topper Simon Stevenson. It's all in Simon's hands for qualification. Scott couldn't afford to lose that many legs against Wesley, really, even in victory. Scott Robertson still has to wait and find out his fate.
Well, 14 games played, 1 left to go, and this is what the table looks like. Don't adjust your sets. Jared Cole is in gold because he is through. He's the only player that is guaranteed qualification. Simon Stevenson up next, and he just needs a few legs. Well, Niall has hot-footed downstairs to have a chat with our first player through, Jared Cole.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. And no surprise that Jared Cole is a very happy man, probably a very relieved man as well. How's the heart rate, Jared? Have you managed to come down from that yet?
I'm still struggling. If I'm completely honest, that was insane. Like, from the practice room, everyone knew somewhat of the permutations, but we all know it was really close. Simon obviously now has something to do for himself, but yeah, there's a lot of drama in that practice room, but all in a good way. Really good group.
So are you ganging up together, getting your heads together, scratching things down on pieces of paper, trying to figure out what you all needed?
I mean, I guess I'm lucky because I can work them out generally, and I knew if I won 4-1, I was through, and 4-2, it was like, if Wesley won, I was in a good position. Obviously, I was sitting there working out, I was like, I don't want to do this. I really don't want to be in this position anyway, but yeah, as I say, I feel for Scott, and now he has to have a dreaded wait that I just had, but yeah, it's horrible.
You've used the word lucky there, but have you felt a little bit unlucky at times today? Because you did average over 103. You hit a 164 against Scott, hit 3 180s in that match, and you ended up losing it 4-2, and you've actually qualified by 1 leg in the legs difference column. So luck sometimes does play a part of it, but have you felt a little bit hard done by at times today?
I felt like it was harsh to be in the position I was because of how well I played yesterday. But also, I had a good game against Scott yesterday. And yesterday I played him 98 average. I played really well, and then I played him again, averaged 103 and lost. I'm like, Scott's a really good player in his own right, and if he does miss out, you got to feel for him. Like, it's a weird one. I think whoever missed out was going to feel really unlucky.
And you've also got a Tri-Nations event coming up as well. So you would have been running into Scott, and I'm sure no matter which way it would have swung, your way or his, if it had gone that way, you would have been reminding each other of that.
Absolutely. I mean, the way the draws work out, I can almost guarantee that we would have played each other just because it's the way it is, unfortunately. But yeah, really happy to get through. But obviously, I feel for Scott to be in that room right now and hoping on a result, as I was about 10 minutes ago. It's crazy.
Well, now the pulse has levelled out a little bit. Is it about putting the campaign behind you and just looking about what's ahead? Who cares how you've qualified? You have qualified. Now it's about going one step further, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I played really well this week in the most part. I had a couple of iffy games and sometimes got away with it, sometimes didn't. So yeah, really happy with overall performance. Hopefully take it into tomorrow and it can be a threat. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, Jared, well done. You're in second place at the moment, but your name's in gold, which means one thing, you're through to Saturday. Well done.
That's all that matters, right? I love it.
Yeah, great to hear from Jared Cole. He can't take that smile off his face. You could just see the wave of relief that has overcome him. Well, as he mentioned, it's going to be Scott Robertson that is sat in that back room in the same position that Jared Cole was in just a few minutes ago, and it is all down to this man. Simon Stevenson has topped the table for the majority of the day. He just needs a couple of legs. 2 legs and he will qualify. 3 legs and he will qualify and top the table. So Scott Robertson will very much be Team Danny Van Trijp for the next 10 to 15 minutes. As mentioned earlier, Danny Van Trijp, he did get the better of Stevenson yesterday. It was 4 legs to 3, and as much as I'm sure Stevenson's going to want to go up there and just win, that would be a result, 45. If repeated, that would see him through. Stevenson has been a solid performer throughout today, but this is a unique territory for him. You heard Jared talking about all the permutations that they were trying to work out. Well, I imagine for Simon Stevenson, that's not something he's been used to having to do previously. Now, whether he knows when going up there that it is just 2 legs to qualify, and as I said before, 3 legs to top the table, he may be aware, he may not.
140.
As for Danny Van Trijp, I'm sure he would love to sign off this week with a win. And if it's a substantial enough win, it really could change the look of the table. Yeah, I have to say though, Group C, and especially in the nature of how this Group C has gone throughout the week, we kind of picked up yesterday that there were kind of 3 front runners. That hasn't changed today. Wesley Van Trijp did try and make a bit of a charge, but those efforts were paid too early on. It is going to be devastating for either Stevenson or Robertson. One of those players will not be making it through.
Well, Jared's happy, isn't he? And you can't blame him.
66.
He says he feels sorry for Scott Robertson because, as you mentioned, those 3 front runners, feels harsh that one of them is going to have to fall by the wayside because of a mathematical margin.
80. Daniel Carr, 40.
But they are the fine lines that we work to. Double 10.
Getting shown the first leg, Danny Van Trijp.
It's Danny Van Trijp that takes the opening leg.
Second leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
Are there more twists and turns in this tale?
No, we can't surely have more drama, Laura.
That's what we want. Drama right down to the last.
140.
Well, one thing you can say about Simon Stevenson is, although there was a fair amount of emotion released in his last match, which was that 4-3 victory over Raymond Mulvey, last leg decider, and he squeezed through it. We haven't seen too much in the way of a loss of composure from Simon. He's not flapped at all, has he, really, no matter what's come his way. And I can't imagine he'll do that here. He'll probably stay true to form, even though he's a leg behind to Van Trijp. You imagine he's probably just going to trust the quality that he's been able to produce over the last 2 days.
45.
Yeah, and you wouldn't think any other way, and you just have to look at this leg in particular. Danny Van Trijp struggling to get out the 400s, 9 darts in and at 370. So Stevenson can just look to try and lay up.
45.
Even if this is a max, it won't leave Van Trijp on a finish, and it's a wicked bounce out. Seen that a few times for Van Trijp.
79.
.66 left, so we've seen a few players opt to go ball double 8. Could go treble 10, double 18. And it's the treble 10 option, double 18.
Game shown the second leg, Simon
clinical
Stevenson.
From Stevenson. 1 leg to go, and
Third
that
leg
would
down, he goes
guarantee
through
his
first.
qualification.
$15 leg, 79 checkout.
140.
Simon Stevenson continuing in the same vein, which he's been showing for most of Group C.
100.
Just readjusting his position on the oche.
100.
Yeah, I think it's just a balance thing for Danny Van Trijp. Does tend to lean in towards the board and sometimes perhaps can feel like his head's getting a bit heavy and he's falling over himself, which obviously isn't going to lend itself to throwing a good dart. So he's done the right thing, which is stopping himself from throwing and resetting again.
Needs a big treble.
91.
Opts to go the treble 17 route. We've seen him take out the 167. We've yet to see a big fish in Group C.
Come on,
100.
Danny.
Daniel Carr, 170.
Well, there's a wasp or a fly or some sort of winged insect on the stage, bothering both players. We do have insects, but we don't have fish, unfortunately.
60. Daniel Carr, 161. 51. Daniel Carr 110.
Yeah, not what he was after, but not the worst slip. And Stevenson will have his own attempt
46.
at 110.
Simon Carr 110.
Well, he's been very good all week, Simon Stevenson, and a 110 finish would be a lovely way to secure your spot in Saturday night.
70. Daniel Carr 64.
It's tops, and it's 2 darts in hand for Danny Van Trijp.
24.
Oh, and they're miles away as well. 40. The second one was even further away than the first, and that was in a different stratosphere. But Simon Stevenson, with a clinical hit of tops, as he's been doing for the last 2 days, has won his second leg, and he will be through to Saturday as well now.
$100.
So well done to Simon Stevenson. And you can't discredit him, Laura, because we talk about these campaigns being a measure of consistency.
22.
And although Jared has probably reached a higher ceiling, a higher top end in terms of performances, 103 average, 7 ton plus checkouts, for example, in terms of constantly causing your opponent problems, you can't look further than Stevenson, and it's probably why the bookies had him as the favourite before the group began.
Yeah, they had it right this week.
140.
Right from the very off. There were questions asked because he hasn't played here. He's here on debut. Yes, he's played in this event, but back in Southampton.
60.
He came out strong, and he didn't really look back, despite losing that opener against Danny yesterday.
99.
If he gets the third leg, then not only will he qualify, he'll guarantee himself qualifying in top spot on leg difference. If he gets the win,
60.
he'll actually qualify by being 2 points clear at the top of the table.
$84. Simon Carr 141.
Treble 19. The 141 no longer on, but again,
109.
set up play,
Daniel
utilising
Carr,
that treble
156.
10 beautifully.
$55. Simon Carr 32.
Well, tops, he's been brilliant. Double 16, he's been handy as well.
Getting shown the 4th leg, Simon Stevenson.
Cheers, Simon. You made me look really good there.
5th leg, Danny to through first.
You keep
Game
questioning the use of double 16, but that is, in fairness, because his tops has been so good.
$60.
Well, let's just go through the doubling percentage of Simon Stevenson today. Let's forget whether it's tops or 16s and just look at the raw numbers. Match number 1 against Scott
100.
Robertson, 80%. 57% in his second game. 37.5 in game 3. 28.57 in game number 4. Missed 10 darts at double in that match. That was against Raymond Mulvey. Just about won it in a last leg decider. And then obviously we'll wait and see what his doubling percentage is
100.
in this game. But at the moment, he's running at 75%. So apart from 10 missed darts at double, that's still 28.5% he's gone
97.
at the outer ring at. You can't look past him as being someone who has been able to knit his game together nicely.
140.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a real contender going into finals night tomorrow. Already there, you've got Jared Cole. You've got
84.
Big Rig,
Simon Carr
Ben
161.
Robb, and then we've got the conclusion of Group B later.
Just wonder what his mentality is. Is he thinking, I'm a former UK Open Court
65.
finalist? I've beaten
Daniel Carr,
Raymond Van Vandervelde
120.
and Dave Chisnell and Kim Hybrex and these players in a major tournament. I am the man to beat.
86. Simon Carr 96.
Well, a bit of exhibition stuff maybe from Danny Van Trijp. It could well be his last leg here this week.
Well, there may
56. Daniel
be
Carr
more to
34.
this match if double 17 can go. Single 1 for double 8.
18. Samuel Carr, 40.
Tops has been Stevenson's calling card in this Group C campaign. Now it's double 10. And once again, he leaves a scar on his opponent. This time, Danny Van Trijp falls victim to Simon Stevenson, who finishes top of Group C. He is through to Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's been consistent, he's been solid, he's been sensational, particularly on tops, and he is through. A victory over Danny Van Trijp sealed the deal with a 90 average once again. A impressive checkout percentage of 66.67%. He's through, and we'll be speaking to him in the studio after this.
We just went with mic positions.
Are these the right positions for us? You happy with this? Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, every dart live and free here on Pluto TV, and we still have more darts to be thrown tomorrow night in finals night, and this is week 11 of Series 13. Group C has just wrapped up, and those were the last few results that we saw, and my word, it was edgy, it was tense, it was dramatic, but this is the final outcome. Simon Stevenson is top of the table with 16 points. He's through to Saturday night. Jared Cole had his qualification taken out of his hands, but in the end, legs difference enough for him to qualify ahead of Scott Robertson, who only narrowly misses out. Well, welcome along to the studio, and I'm delighted to say that the table topper, Simon Stevenson, joins us in the studio now. First of all, Simon, well done. You said you've been waiting a while to get a call up to play here, so how happy are you now to have secured your spot back in, well, tomorrow night?
Yeah, really happy. I said to you, I think before that, I've been playing really well lately, very consistent, and it was nice to come to this new venue, brilliant venue, and show what I can do.
Okay, well, we're not quite sure your mic's working, but what he did say was the fact that it's a brilliant venue, which we know.
Yeah.
Well, you can answer properly now. I think your mic's working. So we'll go again.
Yep.
You were waiting for the call-up. You played in Southampton at the old venue. Haven't played here in Portsmouth, but you were waiting for the call-up, and you said you've been playing pretty well heading into this, and so now you've shown that by booking your spot to Saturday.
Yeah, it was nice to get a call-up. Obviously, I've seen a lot online, watching the players play, and to get a call-up, and then to come here, like I said to you before, really good venue. First time I've been here, and to play as well as I did, which I know I can do. Yeah, it's good.
The consistency that Simon showed, Laura, was superb, particularly in the finishing phase. I mean, his scoring was excellent anyway, but some of the doubling numbers that we saw, particularly on tops, he was electric at times.
Yeah, tops we felt at times was just completely on a string. I do have one question, because we've been debating this in comms. Do you actually have a favourite double? Because we've noticed tops was brilliant, but then on 51 you'd go 1932. So I mean, I know they're all the same size, but do you have a standout double?
Always practice on tops. And when I was 51, I went for 19s. I thought, what are you doing? Because I was hitting tops really nice, and and I think I lost that leg. But yeah, just keep practice on tops.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be working anyway.
There was one match in the middle there where you were switching it to 32s, and it just did feel maybe like that had stopped your momentum a little bit. But did you ever lose confidence or faith, even when it did get a little nervous towards the end there?
No, not really. You do try and just zone in to what you're doing, I think. And like I said to you before, if I feel comfortable, I know I'm going to do well. It's just trying to relax and get into the throw, and just, like you said, any double's a double. But yeah, if it comes across, you just got to hit them.
Now, we heard from Jared Cole after he qualified, and he said that you're all gathered together in the practice room trying to figure out who needed what, who needed to win how many legs, who couldn't lose to who. What was that like? And what did that change in terms of your mentality going into the final match?
It was very tense at the end. Obviously, Scott been playing really well today as well. Scott Robertson played well. And Jared was really tense at the end there. But I knew I just got to win that last leg. And if I can win the last leg, and I'm through.
I mean, this was a big moment. Winning 4-0 against Scott Robertson, and in the end Scott has ended up missing out by a mathematical margin. So to beat one of your near rivals along with Jared to a spot there with a 4-0 win, I mean, that felt pivotal to us. What was it like for you?
Well, when you come in, you see the first two games, it's obviously Scott, and then you got Jared who's up the top, and you're thinking, right, I've got to hit it off really, really quick, and that's what I did really. Obviously beat both of them yesterday as well, so that was probably good in my head to think, you can do it again sort of thing. And I felt really good.
Well, we heard from Jared, Laura, and he said he was nervous because naturally you've gone through all of the mathematical equations and figured out what you need, and he felt that there were times today that he was a little bit hard done by. What we can say about Simon is that he looked unflappable through the whole of the 2 days. You might not have felt it inside, by the way, but you certainly didn't look like anything.
I hit it well.
Yeah, you really did. Because it was something that we noticed. Obviously, you just looked so composed, really calm. There were a few moments when it came to the tail end. We got a few fist bumps in there as well. But honestly, when you're in those situations, how are you feeling? How do you deal with the kind of the anxiousness, the anxiety? How you deal with the emotions when you're up there?
It's a lot of pressure, and obviously I try and get up there and just think, right, you're thrown against a board, play the board. But when somebody's right up you and you get that double, it's just a release of pressure, just get it, just to release it really, and then go back and say, right, let's start again, sort of thing. So yeah, it's mentality really, and get that into your mind that you're playing the board. Try not to worry what they're doing, and try to worry what you're doing, and that's the way I go about things really.
Well, you're not the only man to mention the M word, mentality. The other is Jared, who has qualified through as well to Saturday night. Let's take a look at some of Jared's best moments. This a 164, which he also hit against poor Scott. It just seems to be on the receiving end of a barrage from both of you boys. Jared played really well yesterday as well. And in terms of the top end, high average of over 103, hit a 164, actually lost this match in the end, hit 3 180s as well. So he'd be pretty happy with how he's played it. And I know we spoke to him just a minute ago and he's delighted that he's through.
And rightly so. Like I say, he was really consistent yesterday. I think we said between yourself and Jared, top two performers in terms of consistency, playing at a really high level but at a consistent basis. But yeah, today it was just a bit more difficult for Jared. He was that one at the top coming in. He was being chased down, and then Simon took over, sat at the top of the table for pretty much most of today. It was edgy for everyone at the top. But yeah, Jared Cole, he just showed at times when it was really pivotal, he could just find that winning formula.
7 ton plus checkouts across the 2 days as well. You can't turn your nose up at that, can you?
No, and I think most of them probably hit against Danny Van Trijp. I think he got a 7 hit against him.
Poor old Danny was getting battered left, right and centre with ton plus finishes, wasn't he? You've already mentioned Scott Robertson. You've got to feel a little bit for him. I mean, I know you've all been getting on well in the back room this last couple of days, but to miss out by such a narrow margin, I mean, I'd imagine you know exactly what it feels like to miss out by something narrowly, so Scott will be feeling horrible right now.
Oh, terrible, yeah. Obviously in the back room, even myself, to go up there on the last game and, knowing that you either got to win or you got to win by a certain amount of legs, it's very difficult, and that's in your mind when you're playing as well. So that's got to be in the mind of Scott, and then Jared, obviously, that you mentioned. But Scott played really well today. I do feel sorry for him.
I mean, it hurts for him now, Laura, but it's important, I suppose, to just try and take stock in a couple of days' time and look back and think, well, listen, it was only by such a slender margin, so there's lots of positives to take away.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough loss to take, absolutely. And I think right now you're going to be thinking about those missed opportunities, perhaps the 4-0 loss early on. We said that probably did most of the damage because it was likely to come down to leg difference, and ultimately that's what happened. But so much positive stuff to take as well. It was just a few opportunities here and there that just went by the wayside for Scott Robertson, but ultimately, one of the top 3 in the group. It could have really gone anyway.
Okay, well, let's take a look at how this week, I should say, breaks down after Group C has concluded. We've already secured half of our field. Group A was won by Ben Robb, funnily enough, by legs difference. By a little bit more than what Jared managed to squeeze through, though, by 1 leg as a runner-up in Group C. We've just heard from Simon, who won Group C. Willie Borland is actually top of Group B, having missed out by 10 legs on leg difference in Group A, and this is the Group B table, which continues tonight. So we will find out which 3 players make it through back here to tomorrow night. And we've said the whole time this week, Laura, that there are some very talented names in there. Borland, West, Brown, Beaton, Hayter. Oh, it's a really good group, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing last night, and you can just see just by how close it is. There's just 4 points separating Gemma right at the bottom, right the way through to Willie Borland at the top. So again, so much to play for. Yes, you have less games, so you cannot rest on your laurels. You need to get in there straight away, but I can see that taking twists and turns just like Group C did today.
Well, thanks, Laura. And just lastly, Simon, you've seen some of the names there. Of course, Jared's through, Ben's through. We don't know who's yet going to come through with you to Saturday night from Group B, but you're going to have to play a similar level to what you've played the last couple of days to get through Saturday as well.
Exactly. It doesn't matter who you play. That everybody's capable of doing really, really good things, and you just got to play as well as you can.
Yeah, and you'll be feeling confident, I suppose.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'll be feeling all right.
He's feeling all right. Unfortunately, his beloved Plymouth Argyle have lost a match today. So I had to slide that in there. Had to bring you down a peg or two. Unfortunately, Laura, thanks very much. More from Laura a little bit later on here on Pluto TV as Group B continues, and we find out the final 3 players who make it through to Saturday night. Coming up next, Tungsten Talk with Owen Binks for the second time after he's made the jump up to the PDC as a referee. As we mentioned, 10 p.m. is where you need to be sat on your sofa or wherever, really, watching Pluto TV to take in Group B. And then the next series starts on Monday at 9:30 a.m. But don't forget, Saturday night, 7:30. That's where you need to be for finals night. Simon will be there. We hope you can as well. Well, that's it for Group C, but Group B is still yet to be concluded. We'll see you there tonight here on Pluto TV.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's
match-start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Robertson for
Johnny
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for that.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18.